Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐿236 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Prologue. Our story begins with a child running, seeming to be running away from someone. He was running so hard he didn't look back, and he looked scared and desperate to get away. And as he ran, we heard a voice. Do you ever get the feeling that you've been through too much things in your life, that you've seen it all, that maybe the world didn't impress you as much as it once did? Or maybe that your life was so different? Well, that's because maybe you've never seen what my life was like, and you've never seen how my life has turned lately. As this voice spoke, we saw that the child continued running until he stopped at a fence that faced the forest, but there was a small opening under the fence. And seeing that opening and still wanting to run away from whoever was chasing him, the little boy went through that fence and ran into the forest. The story I want to tell may seem absurd or maybe silly, but it's a true story, because it happened to me. Focusing on the child, he walked a little way into the forest and hid behind a tree, not only to catch his breath, but to hide from whoever was chasing him. And we see that they were other children, and one of them is very well known to us. Do you think he ran away into the forest? Asked a little boy who was chubby and had wings. I believe so. It's the only way he could have gone to come here. Shall we go after him, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫? Asked another boy who looked at 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, who had a serious and angry look as he looked at the fence. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, no, leave him. I believe he learned his lesson today. Let's get out of here, he said as he turned around and walked in the opposite direction, which surprised both boys. Are you sure? I thought we were going to teach that Deku a lesson. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, and we will, as soon as he tries to play hero again, he said as he looked at the two boys. For now, let him hide like a coward. Laughing at what he said, the two boys followed him as they left along with 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. As for the little boy who hid, he sighed in relief when he saw them leave, even though he was still sad about why this happened and what they call him. The little boy who has green hair and freckles on his cheeks was protecting another kid from 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, a boy who has a quirk that allows him to fire explosions. And because of having such powerful power, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 let his ego get to his head. So much so that he and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's two friends attacked this boy, who was a little hurt from the explosions and with dirty clothes. Izuku, I better not go home like that, he said when he saw the dirty shirt. So, knowing this forest he's already been to a few times, Izuku walked in a direction where there was a small lake closer. And it didn't take long to reach the place, where there was a small lake with very clean water. And when he got close, Izuku knelt down, and before he thought about cleaning his shirt, he saw the reflection of his face in the water and saw that his face was also dirty because of what happened. And upon seeing this, Izuku got a sad look and sighed. My life was not so pleasant at first. In fact, I didn't have such a normal childhood, shall we say. Because I exist in a world where the majority of the population has powers, but people like me, who are quirkless, are not well regarded. As the voice spoke, we see that the little boy wet his face with the water of the lake. But, no, it's that part of my story where things started to get absurd. As he finished splashing his face, the little boy heard a sound in front of him like someone drinking water from the lake. And as he looked forward, the little boy became wide-eyed. He saw what appeared to be a dragonidia creature, and it appeared to be a child just like him. Upon seeing this creature, Izuku's mouth dropped open and he stopped moving. But even so, the little dragon soon noticed his presence and stared at the boy, and had no reaction. The two stared at each other for a while without moving or blinking, until Izuku decided to get up slowly, staring and showing his right hand to the dragon, who took 2 steps back when he saw the human's movement. Izuku, how are you? He asked, trying to communicate with the creature, who was still slowly backing away, and Izuku noticed it. Hey, it's okay, buddy. I'm not gonna hurt you. Even saying that, the small creature backed away slowly, and before Izuku could say anything, suddenly the two heard a flapping of wings in the sky. And as he looked up, Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a huge dragon land behind the baby dragon. At the same time he glared at Izuku. Not happy at all. Upon seeing that huge dragon, which appeared to be the baby dragon's father, Izuku fell on his butt to the ground as he stared at the huge dragon in fear. While the dragon fixed the little boy with a serious look as he approached him. Izuku, no, 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 no. Please no. I didn't do anything. He shouted as he stood with his arms in front of his face, asking for mercy and fearing for his life. And when the dragon stood in front of the boy, he didn't do anything, just stared at him while he seemed to be analyzing him. And seeing that he wasn't being attacked, even feeling the creature's breathing, Izuku opened his eyes and saw that the dragon was staring him in the eyes. Seeing that Izuku was scared and seeing that he didn't seem like a threat, the dragon simply let out a strong breath through its nostrils and turned around, walking towards the dragon cub, who was staring at Izuku. Insert soundtrack. New tale, John Powell. It was from that day that my life started to change. I was in shock. As for Izuku, he remained seated on the ground as he stared at the huge dragon, surprised that he wasn't attacked. As for the two creatures, the huge dragon pressed his face against the dragon baby, who was happy to see his father. The father dragon soon bent down and allowed the baby to mount on top of him, and so he did. In my world with supernatural powers, I discovered something that I never thought I would see something like this. I never thought would be real. Izuku, what? He asked while still in shock at seeing those creatures. I discovered that in my world there are dragons. Before they left, the two dragons faced Izuku, who was sitting with his mouth open, for the last time before the father dragon spread his huge wings and flapped them to rise and fly in the skies. His wing beats were so strong that it made a small wind hit both Izuku and the surrounding trees. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself, right? Well, my name is 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐸, and this is the story of when I made a great discovery. And a great friend. As the current Izuku narrates, we see that the little one looked up to the skies as he stared at the dragon flying away, in awe as he stood. Izuku, wow. End of soundtrack. And 053. 10 years later, 10 years had passed since that day, and during that time a lot had happened. And at this very moment, we see that Izuku, who is obviously more grown up, was sleeping in his bed until he heard the sound of his alarm clock. I'm here to wake you up. I'm here to wake you up. I am. What you all see ended up with was nothing more and nothing less than the personalized alarm clock with an All Might action figure on top. And upon hearing the sound of the alarm, Izuku quickly turned off the alarm just before sitting down on his bed. Unlike the Izuku that all of you are used to, this one is a little different. His hair is slightly longer, reaching down to his shoulders. And as he rubbed his hand over his face and yawned, Izuku looked at the calendar on his bedroom wall and smiled. Izuku, hello Friday. My favorite day. He said as he got up. Insert soundtrack. Together, we map the world. John Powell. As he got up from bed, Izuku calmly left his room and walked to the bathroom to do his morning hygiene and get ready for another day of school. Yeah, that's me. You can tell I'm a pretty average guy. Literally speaking, compared to what my world has to offer. The narrator Izuku said while our protagonist looked in the mirror while brushing his teeth. But I don't have much to complain about. He said while our Izuku finished brushing his teeth and smiled lightly at the mirror in front of him. I think. Izuku stopped smiling for some reason and went to take a shower. When he finished showering, he dressed in a simple black school uniform. And when he finished getting ready, the boy went down to the bottom floor of the house and walked to the kitchen, where when he got close to the fridge, Izuku saw a note taped to the door. And in it said, "Sorry I couldn't make you breakfast. I had to leave early. Duty calls me." Again. Izuku chuckled lightly upon reading this, and opened the fridge door and decided to make his own breakfast. And while he was eating breakfast at the table, Izuku saw on television on the news channel a live broadcast of the new hero known as 𝐿 saving the day by attacking a huge villain attacking a train station. Izuku, that must have hurt. He said as he continued eating, but at his side was a rather curious notebook. Let's face it, you already know what this notebook is, right? Upon finishing breakfast and washing the bowls he used to eat, Izuku left his house, locked the door and turned to face the city and the citizens walking and doing their day-to-day things. It was a new day after all. This place is 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴. Maybe you already know, but it won't hurt to introduce my city one more time. The narrator Izuku said while our Izuku walked towards the school. This is a fairly large city, and we have everything. Since the quirks came into our lives, whether in our country or others around the world, many people's lives have changed. Whether for better or for worse. As our narrator commented, our Izuku continued walking calmly along the sidewalks while we see several civilians from the city of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 walking or using vehicles such as cars, trucks, and others. But the most striking detail is the appearance of most people. Some look normal, others, not so much. Like a policeman who literally had the head of a cat. When quirks have taken over our days, there have been certain types of people. Those who use their powers to facilitate their own work. DLVRY. Shouted a man who was carrying a box and was in front of a door, which was soon opened, and the DLVY man was received by a woman who thanked the DLVY man that he had ganguru legs, which allows him to run faster than an ordinary human. We also have those who use their powers for their own benefit. Watch out! Shouted a citizen when he saw a car running at high speed, where inside them were bandits who seemed to have stolen some things from some store. They stole my money! Shouted the owner of the store, who left angry and desperate. And of course, there are those who use their powers to help. Fear not, citizens, because I am here. Upon hearing that voice, everyone looked up, and at an impressive speed, someone landed on the hood of the car, which not only prevented the bandits, but also made them afraid of who was there. And that someone was smiling even at the bad guys. You were going somewhere besides the jail. He said while all civilians smiled and applauded not only the hero's help, but also for what he represents. That's my dad, All Might. He's Japan's #1 hero and the symbol of peace. It's said that when he made his debut as a hero, he held down an entire building without too much trouble when he was younger. As the narrator says, we see that Izuku also smiles when he sees how his father acted so quickly in stopping the bad guys and helping the shop owner, who was screaming with joy for good reasons. All Might, on the other hand, was smiling and waving at people. I wanted to be a hero like him. But it was unlikely. The narrator said while Izuku was a little crestfallen and turned and went on his way. I'm part of the minority of the population that doesn't have powers. The non-normal ones, since quirks became the new normal in society. He narrated as Izuku walked past some people who had one thing that demonstrated their quirks. Some had wings, had different skins, or had some animalistic features. I could even brag or be proud of being the son of hero #1, but that's the problem. No one can know about it. It's a very serious secret, and no one but you should know. The narrator said while All Might quickly looked at Izuku and sighed when he saw him walk away, but no one noticed that. But I still don't intend to give up. After all, this is my dream and my life goal. The narrator said while Izuku sighed and raised his head with a determined look. Aldra arriving at the place he was going, Izuku arrived at a school called Aldra. And upon arriving in the classroom, Izuku is greeted by some looks from other students who kept laughing and making fun of his face. And the reason? Look who decided to show up. The quirkless loser. Said one of the students who was saying to their group, who was containing laughter. Look what a pathetic guy. Said one of the girls in the classroom. I can't believe he still has the ball to show up here. What an idiot. Izuku didn't say anything, he just ignored everything and sat at his desk. And just as he was about to take the notebook out of his backpack, someone intentionally hit the notebook, causing it to fall to the ground. Katsuki, good morning, useless Deku. This guy is Katsuki Bakugu, the most popular guy in my school. He has a power that allows him to release explosions from his hands. In other words, he's the golden boy of this place. Katsuki, what's up, is there a problem? He asked when he noticed that Izuku didn't say anything, even knowing that Katsuki did that on purpose. Izuku. Good morning to you too. He said as he got up to get his notebook, while everyone in the room laughed at the boy for being pathetic and not having done anything. And I thought he was going to do something, but how ridiculous. Laughed one of the students. Loser. But 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 showed this Deku's place, said one of the girls in the classroom. And when the bell rang, the teacher entered the room. Good morning, my students. I hope you've done your homework like I asked, and Yagi, when the bell rings, it's take your seat. He said that when he saw that Izuku, who picked up the notebook on the floor, was the only one in the room who was out of his seat. Izuku, I'm sorry, teacher, he said while the students were holding back their laughter because of this. Go back to your seat, Yagi, he said as he sat down at the table in front of the students. Izuku, yes, sir, he said as he sat down, and the students mocked him. I know that's ridiculous, but it happens to people like me, the non-normal ones. I could say I'm used to it, but still, that's no way to treat a person. The narrator said while the teacher was starting to teach. I could even fight back, or do something to defend myself, but who do I want to fool? He said while Izuku sighed. Later that day it was break time, and most of the students went outside to talk or get something to eat. But Izuku decided to go somewhere else, the school's library area. And when passing through the door, we see that the room was very ordinary with many books. And in that room there was only one person. Ah, look who's there. Good morning, Izuku, said the man who seems to be the librarian of the room. This guy is Emmanuel. Out of everyone at my school, for some reason he's the only one who treats me right around here, even though he knows my condition. Which makes this place a lot less bad. Emmanuel, do you want the same old book? He asked as he walked over to a shelf of books and picked up one in particular. Izuku, yes please, he said while sitting at a table. Emmanuel, look, I still don't understand. Out of everyone in this school, you're the only one who reads this, he said while handing a book to Izuku. And it's even weirder, since you like things related to heroes. Is there a specific reason why you're reading this? Izuku, no, I just always found the subject of this book quite fascinating and I like things. Fascinating, he said a little nervous. Insert soundtrack, search by image, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 Emmanuel. Fine, if you say so, feel free. If you need another book, you know where I am. Have a good reading, he said as he went back to his place and left Izuku alone. Izuku, thank you, Emmanuel. When looking at the book, we finally see what it is about. It was the book about dragons. It seemed to be a very, very old book. When opening the book, Izuku went through some pages, where we could see that they had some other types of dragons, with more weird and bizarre appearances than the others. Izuku, come on, what page are you on? He said as he flipped through the few pages he had already read, but he was looking for one in particular. For a pretty old book, you're pretty long. He flipped from page to page as he looked for a specific dragon, and after 2 minutes, he stopped turning a page when he found who he was looking for. Izuku, finally I found you, he said while fixing his gaze on the page that commented on a dragon. Night Fury. So that's your name? Or at least that's their species name. Once he found that page, Izuku spent all this time just reading it. This page that was about the said dragon called Night Fury not only had a good biography explaining about this species, as there was even a well-done drawing about the dragon. It was very similar to those two that Izuku saw 10 years ago. Izuku, so I wasn't the only one who saw them. How did that happen? And why doesn't anyone else know about them? He asked curiously. Emmanuel, did you find anything interesting? He asked, still sitting at the table while also reading a book, but he noticed how Izuku was silent on that specific page. Izuku, huh? Oh yeah, but it's not a big deal. I just found it. Interesting how this book has a lot of content about dragons, he said as he pointed to the book. Emmanuel, including the heroine dragon, Ryukyu. Izuku, no, I didn't find any dragons similar to her transformation, he said before the school bell rang. Oh no, I better go back, he said as he got up and was about to put the book back in its place, but he saw the librarian raise his hand. Emmanuel, if you like this book so much, you can keep it. Izuku, what? Are you sure? He asked in surprise and shock. Emmanuel, yes, since this book arrived last year, no one has dared to read it. Only you. It won't matter if don't have a book that no one reads here. Izuku, I don't know what to say. He said, still surprised but happy about it. Emmanuel, go now before I change my mind and you miss your class. He said while smiling. Hearing that, Izuku got the book in hand, put it in the backpack he took and walked to the door. But before leaving, Izuku looked at the librarian and said, Izuku, thanks a lot, sir. You're awesome. Was the only thing he said before leaving and leaving the man alone. Emmanuel, I already told you that you didn't have to call me that. You're welcome, kid. He said as he smiled and went back to reading what he was reading. Later that day, House of the Yagis, as soon as classes were over, Izuku quickly returned home, and when he returned to reading that same page about the night fury species, even though he read that page several times. Izuku, so someone has seen you before, and for some reason, all of you were overlooked. But why? He asked himself before turning the book over and looking for the author's name, and when he found it. Who is the person who calls himself Hiccup? Before he could question further, he heard the sound of the microwave beeping. And putting the book in his backpack, Izuku walked to the microwave and took out 2 sandwiches from there. With that, he put the sandwiches in a lunchbox, and as soon as he stuffed them into his backpack, the door opened. Toshinori, phew, finally a little tired. He said as he closed the door. Good afternoon, son. So, remember the secret I told you all? So, here's what I said. This is my dad's true form, Toshinori Yagi, which lives up to my last name. Few people know that he is the true All Might. Izuku, hi Dad. So how was your day? He asked while pulling out a chair for him to sit down. Toshinori, you already know. The usual. Villains attacking, people screaming my name and some heroes needing my help. He said as Izuku served him a coffee, which he gladly accepted. I also even had to help a heroine who debuted today, Mount Lady. She has. Izuku, a giganticization power, I've seen it. It's a very useful power, but not in all situations since it can get gigantic, which means it can end up causing some. Toshinori, hey, calm down. I already know where this is going, and I better stop you before you start scaring me. He said while raising his hand. Izuku, sorry Dad. He laughed a little nervously as he walked to the backpack he left on the couch. Toshinori, so, how was your day today, son? His question caught Izuku's attention. I saw you on the way to school. Have you thought about what you want to be in the future? Insert soundtrack. The team leaves, Daniel Pemberton Izuku, 𝐶𝐿, since you mentioned it. He said while trying to find a way to say something to his father, but he didn't have to. Toshinori, don't tell me you're thinking of applying to UA. Izuku, so, do you want me to be honest or lie? He asked nervously. Toshinori, my God, Izuku. He said as he rubbed his face with his hand. Izuku, come on Dad. It doesn't cost anything to try. I've been watching some self-defense videos, and I've been training my body a little. With a little more training, maybe I'll be able to. Toshinori, son, we already talked about this. He said in a serious tone. Being a hero is not easy, and using my power is the same thing as wearing armor twice of your size. What does it cost you to pursue a profession as a doctor or maybe a teacher? You're good at teaching, aren't you? Izuku, but you've trained your whole life for this and look at you, you're Japan's #1 hero. Toshinori, yes, but even I who am hero #1 can get hurt like that. He said while showing the wound that was on his abdomen. And it was a pretty ugly wound. If I can take that kind of wound, imagine you. I don't want you to put yourself in danger. Izuku, but Dad. Toshinori, this conversation is over, Izuku. He got up from the chair while looking at Izuku. I'm already tired of talking about it. He said as he sat down again. Izuku, why don't you give me a chance? To prove I can do it. I bet my mother would be on my side. He said in a low tone, but Toshinori heard it and looked at Izuku. My mom has been gone a long time, and since she has been gone, my dad has been very protective of me. Even too much. The narrator said while Izuku showed regret for having said that, Not only regretful but also sad. Izuku, Dad, Izuku stopped talking when 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝐼's cell phone started ringing. And when taking the cell phone in his pocket, the man stood up. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, I'd better go, there's a problem and they need me, son. I'll try not to take too long, he said as he walked through the back door. But before leaving he turned to Izuku. Son. Izuku. Izuku just turned and looked at him. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, take care, we'll talk later. I'll try not to take too long, was the only thing he said before leaving through the back door. And the only thing Izuku heard besides the door closing and the sound of something or someone passing very fast above the house. Izuku, okay, he said in a sad tone as he looked at the coffee that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had. Insert soundtrack. Promenade of the Condemned, Dead Cells soundtrack start. 307. Izuku stood there thinking for 5 seconds before looking at the bag he left on the couch. And as he looked at the corner of the book that was showing in the bag, Izuku got a determined look. He took the book once more, opened it on the Night Fury page just to see the drawing that was on that page, and when he looked at the window, Izuku closed the book, put it in his backpack, which he put on his back and left house. And as he left the house, he ran towards the forest again. As he ran, either passing people or crossing the street, we heard our narrator speaking. I never forgot that day. I couldn't forget what I saw. And I didn't want to forget. I spent all this time researching, going back to the place hoping to see them again. I wanted to know who those creatures were. I really wanted to know. Although I had many frustrations that I didn't see them again, and my searches that didn't lead me anywhere, I still had hope. I was sure of what I saw. And finally, I had almost certainly when I saw that book. But I wanted to see those dragons with my own eyes one more time. As the narrator spoke, we see that Izuku was running as fast as he could towards the forest next to 𝗎𝗎𝗎. It took a while, but he didn't care. Until finally he reached the fence that stood in his way into the forest. Although Izuku was out of breath from running, Izuku stepped over the part as he climbed. And when passing through the other side, Izuku looked at the forest and said, Izuku, it's too late to turn back now. It was the only thing he said as he entered deeper into the forest. And finally it was on this day that my quest arrived. As soon as he entered the forest, Izuku walked to the spot where he saw the baby and daddy dragon at last. And then, to get their attention, Izuku grabbed one of the sandwiches he made and dropped it on the floor. And as he did, Izuku walked over to a rock and sat on it, waiting. It's been about 1 hour since Izuku was waiting, and not only was he bored, but he also saw that the sun was going to set soon. And that sandwich was still on the floor. For nothing. Izuku, sigh, that's great. I came here for nothing again. Over and over again and again. And again. He said, upset when he saw that no living thing appeared, obviously no dragon. What am I doing with my life? I get bullied at my school, my dad doesn't listen to me, I wasted a sandwich for nothing and I'm standing here like an idiot waiting for one. Insert soundtrack. Parabellum opening titles. Tyler Bates. I stopped screaming when I heard a roaring sound, and then trees crashing behind him. And as he turned around, Izuku saw something falling close to him. Seeing that, Izuku threw himself to the ground and that something fell to the ground. Right on top of where he left the sandwich. Noting that he wasn't hurt and that the noise was over, Izuku got up from the ground and saw what fell in front of him. And seeing what fell was not something but someone. Izuku. Dragon. He asked with eyes wide open when he saw that one of those dragons, Night Fury, fell in front of him, wounded. And this is what happened. This is how I found him again. In a place a little far from the city, we see a forest with mountains around. But what makes this place interesting is the locals, who are dragons. Lots and lots of dragons. Of different species, going back around or walking around, or even feeding. And among those dragons, one that was on top of one of the mountains was watching everything around with a serene and calm gaze. This dragon is nothing more and nothing less than the father dragon from before. Not much has changed since that time. And behind him was another dragon, who came out of a cave behind him as he walked towards the father dragon. It was another Night Fury dragon, only female and appeared to be a mother dragon. Unlike the father, whose eyes are yellow, the mother dragon's eyes are blue. And when she got close to her husband, she sat beside him, making the father dragon notice her presence and smile. Mother dragon, sound like a question. She communicated to the dragon father as if she was looking for someone. Father dragon, carefree sound. In a calm and carefree tone, he replied just before the two heard a flutter of wings and looked up. And as they looked up, they saw yet another night fury descending and landing behind them, and this dragon is none other than the baby dragon from before, only much bigger now. And the most interesting detail of this grown-up night fury are his eyes, with the left side of its eye having a blue color and the right having a yellow color. And as soon as he landed behind them, the dragon faced the parents with a smile while the mother dragon approached her son just to see if he was okay. The father dragon looked at his son with a look as if he was proud and happy. Proud that his son has grown up and happy with that vision of his family. As for the dragon son, he approached his father, who returned to face that land full of dragons, and the son did the same. And as soon as the son sat down next to his father, he breathed in fresh air. Dragon father, calling sound, he called for his son without looking at him, and as soon as the son looked at the dragon father, the father simply looked at his son and nodded, which made the son look a little surprised. But before the son could think, the two hear a noise that appears to be from another dragon, but much smaller behind them. But before the son could think, the two hear a noise that appears to be from another dragon, but much smaller behind them. And apparently, it was another night fury baby, who walked up to his older brother, who smiled and pressed his face into the little one's face. There are times in our lives when we are so happy with what we have that you wish nothing could change. You want your life to remain the way it always was. Our narrator said while the new baby dragon jumped and spun on the ground, with the clear intention of getting his older brother's attention and wanting to play. And he managed, because the eldest son made his little brother play with his huge tail, which the little one tried to catch. But unfortunately, there is always something, or someone in our lives, that appears to mess everything up. End of soundtrack. And 144 insert soundtrack. Ragnarok, Bear McCreary, until suddenly, out of nowhere, everyone around heard a huge bang along with a tremor that lasted only 2 seconds. And that was enough to make all the dragons aware, scared and worried. Even more so when the father dragon and the eldest son looked up and saw that other dragons were flying away from the direction where that bang came from, and all those dragons looked scared by what happened. Father dragon, warning sound, he called for mom dragon, and apparently, the father told her to keep an eye on the baby, who looked worried and scared by the view from up there, with all those dragons flying away from the place. The dragon father looked at his eldest son, who nodded, implying that the two were going to that place to check. Then the two spread their wings and flew towards the place where that huge noise was caused, and in the air the two saw that they weren't the only ones who were going there to check. Other dragons of different species were flying along with them to go check and maybe help their leader, which in this case was the Night Fury father. And as they were approaching the place where the bang came from, the only thing they could see was a huge smoke of earth and fire in the air, reaching up to the sky. And that left both the father and the son attentive, although the son is nervous and very worried about that situation. And when they got close and stopped in the air while flapping their wings, the dragons were watching that huge smoke, looking for something that could have caused it. But before anyone did anything, within that smoke the dragons could see a moving figure, and that figure grew bigger and bigger. And what the Night Fury father and son saw left them shocked and horrified. And the only thing we could hear was www. End of soundtrack. And 241, I thought that I was the only one. Current time back where we left off, we see that Izuku was getting up with his mouth open when he saw who just fell in front of him, and it was one of those Night Fury dragons. However, he was injured and remained lying on the ground, where the only movements he made were when the dragon was breathing, and the sound of its breathing was heard. And upon leaving the state of shock and seeing the state of the dragon, Izuku slowly approached the fallen dragon. Izuku, hello. He tried to communicate by slowly approaching the dragon, who didn't react even after hearing Izuku's voice and footsteps. By standing on the dragon's side, Izuku can see the dragon's wounds. The dragon suffered burns that looked to first degree on his left paw. The side of his face was scratched, bruises, and a small sharp piece of one of the trees was embedded in the side of the dragon's belly. It wasn't very serious, but it shouldn't stay there. Izuku, my God. What happened to you? He asked, worried and shocked by what he saw. It's okay, I'll try to help you, he said while holding that piece of tree that was stuck in the dragon, but when he made a little pull. Dragon, sound of pain, he hummed in pain when he felt that, even though he didn't get up. Izuku, calm down, I'm just going to take it from you, he said when he finally took that piece of tree off dragon, that when he felt it, he got up screaming in pain. Hey, calm down, calm down, calm down. It's okay, I just want to help you, he said as he threw away that piece of tree. Upon getting up, the dragon tried to fly, but due to pain and fatigue, he could not stay in the air for 2 meters and fell back to the ground. Izuku, this is more serious than I thought, he said while picking up his backpack and walking towards the dragon, who, when he saw Izuku approaching him, he showed his teeth and let out a sound as if he was threatening him. Izuku, okay, easy there, he said as he left the backpack on the floor while the boy showed his right hand to the dragon. I don't know if you remember me, but know that I want to help you. Saying that, the boy put his hand inside the backpack, even with the dragon suspicious of him, and it didn't take long for the boy to take out what he was looking for. A bandage. Dragon, suspicious sound. He reacted to looking at that bandage on Izuku's hand. Izuku, that's for your paw, he said while pointing to the dragon's burnt paw. You suffered a first-degree burn. It's not serious, but it needs to be treated, he said as he took a good part of the bandage and wet it in the lake next to them, and as he did so, the boy slowly approached the dragon. And as he stood in front of the dragon, who was staring at Izuku, the boy slowly put the wet bandage on his paw, and when he felt the contact of it on his paw, he complained of pain. Izuku, I know. Don't worry, it stings a little at first, but soon it will pass and you'll get better, he said as he wrapped the wet bandage around the dragon's paw, and when he finished doing that, Izuku slowly walked away. There. Dragon. Confused sound, he stared at the bandage wrapped around the paw. Izuku, don't worry, I'll get it off you tomorrow. I recommend you keep wetting your paw so you don't feel the pain of that burn too much, he said while smiling. Now we just need to take care of your other wound. Upon hearing this, the dragon simply put its front in Izuku's path, preventing him from getting close to his other wound. Dragon. Warning sound, he fit as he narrowed his eyes. Izuku, alright, sorry, but I recommend that you take care of your other wound, maybe with, he said while thinking. With a little bit of your fire, your other wound will close little by little. Now as for the remnants of your wounds, well, that takes a little time to heal. Dragon. He didn't make any sound, he just remained silent on the ground. Tired and apparently sad. Upon seeing this, Izuku looked at his backpack and remembered something. Izuku, oh wait a minute, he said as he walked towards the backpack, to the dragon's curiosity. And it didn't take long for the boy to get what he was looking for. The other sandwich. You are hungry, buddy. I had made 2 sandwiches, but you ended up squashing it, he said as he approached and offered the sandwich to the dragon. And the only thing the reptile did was sniff the sandwich as the boy got closer. Izuku, that's a tuna sandwich, and tuna is fish. From what I've read, you eat fish, don't you? He asked a little nervously as he offered the sandwich to the dragon. Getting hungry and actually smelling the tuna in the sandwich, the dragon opened its mouth and calmly took the sandwich as it ate. Izuku, yeah, that's right. You can eat as much as you like, the sandwich is all yours, he said while smiling as he watched the dragon eat. So you're the baby dragon from before, and by the looks of it you've grown up well. And you've grown up much better than me by the looks of it, he said, mocking himself for the size of the two. He recognized the dragon because of his heterochromia. And apparently the dragon liked it, but the sandwich did not fully feed him. And seeing where the boy got that sandwich from, the dragon looked at Izuku's backpack. Insert soundtrack. Out there, Deborah Lurie Izuku. Oh no. Sorry, I didn't bring more food. It was the only thing I had, he said before looking at the sky, which was already showing to be getting dark. Oh no. I have to go back home before my dad starts to worry and look for me," he said while picking up his backpack and putting it on his back. "Izuku, I have to go, but I'll be back tomorrow, I promise," he said as he started to walk away, and the dragon noticed that and just stared at Izuku, who stopped for a moment just to stare at the dragon. "Be well, buddy. I'll come back tomorrow as soon as possible." It was the only thing he said before running and leaving, thus leaving the dragon alone, who watches Izuku disappear from his sight. As soon as he disappeared, the dragon looked at his paw where the boy put the bandage and then looked at his other wound that he prevented Izuku from taking care of. "I always thought the moment I would run into one of them again," the narrator said while the dragon remembered what Izuku said he should do. Then the creature looked at its other wound and opened his mouth a little, where a little fire came out. "And the moment I finally got to see one of them again, I didn't know what to do," the narrator said while we see Izuku jump over the fence that was at the entrance to the forest, and the moment he passed, the boy was looking to where he left. "However, I knew what was the right thing to do," he said while Izuku turned around and ran towards home once more, already decided. End of soundtrack. And 108 Yamanashi 𝐴 apartment. In an old apartment, small and a little dirty, lived an elderly man who wore a hero's outfit along with a cape on his back. This short, elderly man is 𝐴, and he was sitting in his armchair while eating his sweets while watching television. 𝐴, "That's right, Panda. Do you think training is easy? Good luck," he said while having fun watching a movie. As he continued watching, Torino managed to hear the sound of someone landing on top of his apartment. And hearing that and feeling the place shake a little, the old man sighed. And it didn't take long for the person responsible for that noise to come down the stairs to the living room. "𝐶𝐿, sorry for the sudden appearance," he said as he wiped his mouth because of the blood that came out. "It just..." 𝐴, "I know, you've exceeded your time limit again," he said without taking his eyes off the television, and his answer made 𝐶𝐿 scratch his head. "Sit there and get some rest, you must have had a busy day." 𝐶𝐿, "Yeah, a little," he said as he sat on a chair beside him. 𝐴, "So, how's Izuku doing?" he asked, still not taking his eyes off the TV. 𝐶𝐿, he's fine. He's at home right now," he said looking thoughtful, and the old man noticed that when looking at him. 𝐴, "Okay, what's the problem now?" 𝐶𝐿, "What?" 𝐴, "When you look like that, it means there's something that's bothering you and you want to talk about it," he said while looking at the man. "Speak up, I'm listening." 𝐶𝐿, sigh. "The problem is Izuku. He is still insisting on it. He doesn't listen to me. And sometimes, I don't even know what to do to him," he said while looking down. 𝐴, "Have you thought about starting to listen to him more and maybe give him a chance?" 𝐶𝐿, Sir, I'm serious." 𝐴, "And you think I'm not too?" 𝐶𝐿, "You already know that the world of heroes is too dangerous for him. And even if I let him enroll in the UA, one of the robots might crush him without too many difficulties, and I don't want that for him." 𝐴, "The world itself is already dangerous, 𝐶𝐿, whether in the world of heroes or not. And another thing, how do you know that if you don't even give him a chance to prove that he can do it?" 𝐶𝐿, He was going to say one more thing, but 𝐴 interrupted him by raising his hand. 𝐴, "And don't give me that excuse that you were injured in your fight against All for One. The boy can get strong and know how to defend himself with proper training and with the right power." 𝐶𝐿, "I still don't know if I want that for him," he said as he got up from the chair. "When I was kid." 𝐴, "Oh no, not again," he said as he kept his hand on the rest and threw himself against the armchair. 𝐶𝐿, "My father started treating me like an intruder in his own home when he found out I was a quirkless too," he said as he walked behind the 𝐴 that he was bored with what he was listening to. "And then when I grew up, do you know what I decided?" 𝐴, "Wow, I have no idea. Tell me," he said pretending to be curious, but clearly he wasn't. 𝐶𝐿, "I resolved to be a better father than he ever was. Even if I had a quirkless son, I would still be a much better father. I swore that to myself. And I'm fulfilling what I promised. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, 𝐶𝐼, I'm going to be honest and straightforward with you. He said while looking into the man's eyes. You are indeed a good father. Even after what happened to 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, you showed that you care a lot about your son. You've demonstrated that you've lived up to what you've promised. 𝐶𝐼, but? He asked, making sure it wasn't over. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, but right now, you're being a J. 𝐶𝐼, why JRK? For wanting to protect my son. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, for preventing him from spreading his own wings and starting to make you proud. 𝐶𝐼, but I'm already proud of him. He's smart, he learns fast, he's polite, he's dedicated, and 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, and he can be much more than that if you give him a chance. 𝐶𝐼, but? Insert soundtrack. Citizens Unite. Tyler Bates. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. 𝐶𝐼, he just wants to be like you, a hero. Like it or not, you have to let him grow up and follow the path he wants. I know you want to protect him, but if you keep preventing you from following his own goal that he wants, you will lose him forever. 𝐶𝐼. 𝐶𝐼 didn't say anything, he just listened. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, give him a chance to make you proud. He said, giving a slight smile. The only thing 𝐶𝐼 did upon hearing that was sit on the chair and look towards the door of the place. But the words of 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 kept coming to mind. House of the Yagis. Outside Izuku and 𝐶𝐼's house, we see that the boy finally made it to his house from the front after running a lot, so much so that he stopped for a while to catch his breath. Izuku, at least. I'm running faster than the last few times, he said to himself while breathing. Before Izuku could even think about going into the house. Are you okay, Yagi? Asked someone worried. Insert soundtrack. Under the clock tower, Daniel Pemberton. Hearing that voice, Izuku looked to the side and saw none other than his neighbor. A girl his age called Ochako Uraraka, and she was holding 2 small bags with her. This is my neighbor, Ochako Uraraka. She usually lives alone since her parents work a lot, and she manages to take care of herself very well. My father and her parents have known each other since her parents came here, and I and Uraraka. Well, we can say that we became good friends. Although fake cough, Izuku, hello, Uraraka, said while fixing his own composure. How are you? Ochako, I'm fine, I just bought a few things to eat tonight. She said, showing the 2 shopping bags that were in both her hands. Izuku, are your parents having dinner with you today? He asked curiously. Ochako, I hope so, I think they'll come here soon. But what about you? You look like you saw something and it got you agitated. Are you okay? Izuku, oh sure. I was just doing a little jogging around. You know, get more speed and do some exercises. He said, disguising his nervousness as he moved his arms. Ochako, with a backpack and all? She asked suspiciously when she saw Izuku's backpack on his back, which made the boy embarrassed. Izuku, why? You know, I wanted to go harder on my running, so I put this backpack of mine on my back to have more resistance. That's the tactic I came up with. He said with his hand behind his neck, with a little shame, and that in the girl's view was a little funny and cute, so much so that she giggled. Ochako, I see. So I wish you good luck in your training, Yagi. She said with a smile. Izuku, thanks. I think. He said that last part in a whisper. Ochako, do you intend to apply to UA? She asked curiously. Izuku, yeah, that's my intention. Even though my dad doesn't allow it. He said it in a whisper. Ochako, what? Izuku, nothing, it's nothing. The 2 stood in front of each other staring at each other in silence, not knowing what to say. Until Izuku decided to say something. Izuku, okay, I better go inside. I don't want neither me nor you to catch a possible cold out here. He said while pointing to the door of his own house. Ochako, yeah, I better come in too. She said while referring to her house. The 2 walked towards the door of their own houses. But before entering, Izuku wanted to say one more thing. Although he was embarrassed. Izuku, Uraraka. She looked at him when she heard him call. In case you feel a little lonely, why you can also come have dinner with me and my father so you don't feel lonely. But of course if you want to. He said a little embarrassed. The girl upon hearing this, was surprised. She didn't expect that, but then she smiled and said, Ochako, I would love to. Maybe one day. Izuku, great. I'm glad for hear that. He said with a smile. So, have a good night, 𝗬𝗓𝗓. He stopped talking when he knocked his face on the door, because he forgot to open it. Ochako, Yagi, are you okay? She asked worried when she saw that, especially when she saw the boy with his hands on his nose. Izuku, relax, I'm okay. It was nothing. He said with embarrassment as he opened the door. Good night, 𝗬𝗓𝗓. He said with a smile before entering and closing the door. Ochako, hehehe. Good night, Yagi. She said with a smile as she looked at the door to Izuku's house before opening the door and entering her own house. Already inside Izuku's house, the boy was walking to his room, but he was ashamed of himself with what happened. Izuku, good job, Izuku. You made a fool of yourself in front of her. He said upset at himself before lifting his own arm and sniffing himself. Yeah. I'm glad she wasn't so close to me. He said as he walked into his room, and then he was going to take a shower. As soon as he finished showering and changing clothes, we see that the boy was in his room sitting in front of his desk with the book open on the same page of the Night Fury species. He was looking at the drawings that he was pretty sure the author of the book, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, had drawn. The boy was impressed, not only with the drawing but with the information that was written on it. Izuku, you seem to have met one of those dragons, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟. I wonder how he got to know one of them. He asked with his hand on his chin. But what he didn't know was that on the other side of his bedroom door, there was 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 on the other side. He was there in front of the door about to knock, however, he seemed to be unsure of what to do. He wasn't sure. However, he plucked up courage and knocked lightly on Izuku's bedroom door. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, son, can I come in? Hearing that, Izuku closed the book and hid it under the bed. Izuku, yes, Dad. You can come in. Hearing that, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 opened the door. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, hi. So, what are you doing? He asked with the intention of starting a conversation and lightening the mood. Izuku, no big deal, I was just reading a book. He said as he sat in the chair. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, cool, what is this book about? Izuku, about lives before the current century. About things that existed many centuries ago. Some animals. He said, disguising his nervousness a little, which went unnoticed by 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, I get it. Like dinosaurs and stuff, right? Izuku, yeah. Something like that? 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, is it for some study? Izuku, yes, something like that, and I'm reading and learning some very interesting things, much more than I thought. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, ho. Of course, you've always liked that kind of stuff, like study and learn. You're good at it. If it were me, I'd bang my head on the book just to understand. He said while chuckling. Izuku, oh come on, don't exaggerate. You're not that dumb, Dad. You're just not one of the smartest that I met. His comment made both of them laugh for approximately 6 seconds, which was enough to make the mood between the two better than before. And once the two stopped laughing, the two stared at each other as they straightened their composure. And they didn't say anything else, they just stared at each other, although 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 wanted to say one more thing. But he wasn't able to, because his insecurity and fear spoke louder. Izuku, so, is there anything you want to talk to me about? 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, so I came here to... He was about to say something, and Izuku was waiting for him to speak. Until... It's no big deal, I just came to tell you that I'm going to make dinner for us. Do you want to eat 𝗏𝗧𝗏 tonight? Izuku. Sure. He said a little disappointed, although he only showed it in his eyes. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, all right. Izuku, all right. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, okay, I'll go down and I'll let you know when dinner is ready. He said as he turned to leave Izuku's room. But before that he turned around and said, hey. Izuku looked at him. I'm proud of you, son. He said with a smile and a raised thumb. Izuku, "Thanks, Dad," he said with just a short smile. Upon hearing that, 𝗏𝗏 closed Izuku's door and left, thus leaving the boy alone in the room. The boy just sighed and looked at the ceiling of his room, thoughtful. As for 𝗏𝗏, he was going down the stairs, until he stopped and lightly tapped his hand on his head. 𝗏𝗏, sigh you idiot. It was the only thing he said before going back downstairs. Following day forest near to 𝗏𝗧𝗧𝗟 today is Saturday, and at this moment, Izuku took advantage of this day to leave as soon as possible just to go see the dragon again. And in the middle of the way, Izuku did some shopping, which was just for the dragon. And as soon as Izuku arrived and crossed the fence, he looked at the forest and said, "Izuku, I hope you're still here," he said as he walked towards the place he saw the dragon. And as soon as he arrived at the same place as yesterday, he didn't see the dragon nearby, which made him worried both for thinking that he left and might not see him again, and for thinking that he came there for nothing more than a few times. So, he kept walking and entering the place, looking for the creature. "Izuku, hello. Are you still here, friend? It's me, the guy from yesterday. I'm back like I promised. Are you there?" he said while looking through the trees, thinking that the dragon was hiding behind them. However, he was as close as he thought. The dragon was behind him, and Izuku noticed it when he heard his footsteps towards him. And when he turned to face the dragon, the boy saw that he had the pupils of his eyes thin, as if he was attentive to whatever Izuku was going to do. "Izuku, hi, friend," he said, nervous by the way the dragon was staring at him. "You still remember me, right?" he asked with his hands up. "Dragon?" He just stared at Izuku, who was slowly putting his backpack on the ground. "Izuku, how are your wounds? Has it improved a bit?" he asked while taking something inside the backpack, to the dragon's curiosity. "I brought this for you," he said as he took a fish out of a plastic bag, and that made the dragon come out of the killing position and start to sit up. "Izuku, here, it's all yours," he said as he placed the fish on the ground in front of the dragon. "It was kind of strange to put this in my backpack, but since I figured you were hungry, I didn't think twice before insert soundtrack. Forbidden Friendship, John Powell." He stopped talking when he saw the dragon eat the fish quickly, so fast that it made the boy go wide-eyed and open-mouthed as the dragon finished devouring the fish and licking his lips. "Izuku, my goodness. You were really hungry, right?" he chuckled nervously when he saw that. As for the dragon, he approached Izuku, who, upon noticing this, walked away with a few steps backwards. "Izuku, why do you want more?" he asked before falling to the ground and crawling on the ground when he saw the dragon still approaching him. I can get you more if you want, there must be a fishmonger nearby." He stopped talking when he saw the creature roll his eyes, straining his throat, seeming to want to vomit, and when opening his mouth, the dragon vomited half of the fish and left it to Izuku, all drooling. "Izuku, he asked in disgust as the dragon retreated and sat down in front of Izuku. "This is for me." "Dragon," sound of agreement. The dragon made a sound, half agreeing with Izuku's question, who looked disgusted at the other half of the fish lying on top of him. "Izuku, size okay then. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Because it was the only thing he said before eating a piece of that fish, raw, chewed and slobbered. In other words, disgusting. And Izuku was holding back from throwing up that piece, until he shoved that piece down his throat, getting uncomfortable with it. "Izuku, thanks," he said as he returned the piece to the dragon, who simply made a gesture saying that it was all his. "Thanks again," he said while making a forced smile. And the dragon, seeing that, he mimicked the boy's smile, showing all his sharp teeth in that smile. And the boy didn't know whether to be scared or confident that the dragon was smiling like that. "Izuku, so," he said as he left the fish on the ground and got up. "How have you been? Did your wounds get better?" he said as he approached the dragon, who, seeing the boy's approach, walked away from him with a few steps. "Hey, it's okay. I just want to help you." Even the boy saying that, the dragon ran to the other side of the place, but when he did, he groaned in pain, making him stop a little and lie down on the ground. And seeing that, the boy understood that the dragon was still feeling a little pain. So, he walked over to the nearby backpack and grabbed something that might be useful if the dragon wanted it. As for the dragon, he remained lying on the ground before hearing Izuku's footsteps and seeing him sit beside him, with a smile on his face and something in his hands. An ointment. Izuku, this helps with the pain. Well, at least it helps us humans, he said while scratching his head. Dragon. Confused sound, he was confused by what he was saying. Izuku, anyway, just let me help you. I promise this won't burn and I'll get away from you as soon as I'm done, he said while showing the ointment to the dragon, that even though he didn't know if that would work, he saw no other choice but to lie down and let the boy do what he wants to do. Upon seeing this, Izuku rubbed the ointment on the places where the dragon was in pain, and when he was about to pass next to the dragon's belly, Izuku saw that the wound seemed to have been closed by some fire. And he knew whose it was. Seeing that, Izuku looked at the dragon and smiled before applying the ointment to that wound, even though the dragon complained a little when he felt the boy's touch on that part. Izuku, sorry. And as soon as Izuku finished applying that ointment to the places where the dragon felt pain, he moved away from the dragon, who was lying down, and went to sit on the ground, a little away from the scaly dragon, who was looking at Izuku. And while Izuku seemed to be busy drawing something in his notebook, the dragon looked at his wounds where the boy had applied that ointment, and noticed that the pain was easing, and that made the dragon look surprised at Izuku. Not only because of that chemical he didn't know, but because the boy had helped him. Curious, the dragon got up from the ground and walked towards Izuku, who didn't notice the creature's presence. And what the dragon saw impressed him. Izuku was drawing it in his notebook. Dragon, surprised sound, he said, when he saw that drawing, and because of that, Izuku noticed his presence. Izuku, hi. Are you feeling better? Did you like it? He asked, showing the drawing to the dragon, who decided to do the same thing. He ran to a branch of a tree that Izuku plucked from him yesterday, approached the boy, and used the tip of the branch to make a drawing on the ground, while Izuku watched the dragon's attitude and was surprised to see him do that. And as soon as the dragon finished drawing, he let go of that branch, looked at Izuku and smiled, showing his teeth again. Like this, the drawing the dragon made. It wasn't even a drawing, it was just a bunch of random lines he made on the ground using that branch. But what left Izuku impressed and with a smile on his face was the dragon's intention, and because he tried to do the same thing as the boy. And as he passed those lines on the ground, Izuku looked back and saw the dragon staring at him as the two were facing each other. Until the boy reached out his right hand to touch the dragon's face, which, upon seeing this, was reluctant. Izuku, it's okay. I won't hurt you, he said as he slowly brought his hand closer to the dragon's face, who closed his eyes and allowed the dragon to place his hand on his face, and that showed what the dragon was showing to feel for Izuku, trust. Izuku, do you have a name, buddy? His question made the dragon open his eyes. Our chapter begins with our imaginary fanfic camera zooming in through the air towards a glass building on a considerably high hill. And with that view, our narrator begins to say, "This place is the most popular and most respected school in Japan. Yeah, I know. You guys have already know this so well, but I promise I'll be quick and it won't happen again." To the narrator Izuku as the camera approached the UA. This place was responsible for forming many of Japan's most popular heroes, including my father too. Even those who don't want to be heroes go to this place because of the other professions related to the world of heroes. As he spoke, we see every corner of the UA, whether from the outside or inside the building, which was already large, and the outside also had plenty of space. All owned by the UA. Yeah. This place is a dream for many people, and this is where their dream can come true. However, there's only one problem, and that's getting in. When the narrator says this, our camera pans over the a building and focuses on an area belonging to the school. Inside at that area that appears to be a fake city, we see two people standing in the middle of this simulated city with one of them with a list in hand. And here we see that the two were just watching some robots that were destroying some walls, advancing at high speed through the streets of the fake city, and crossing the buildings of this place. However, they weren't attacking the two men who were nearby, just watching everything these robots were doing. One of these men is Power Loader. 𝐶𝐿𝐿 is a short, skinny man with a very youthful appearance for his advanced age. He has spiky ginger hair, reaching just past his shoulders, and dull blue eyes as well as a notably large mouth. His hands appear to be the largest part of his body, disproportional to his rather small frame, and due to his quirk, he has an orange L-shaped piece at the end of each finger. 𝐶𝐿𝐿. Pointer 3, do your job. Go through the wall as if you were going to attack. Ready. 1, 2, 3. He said aloud, looking at the front of a street, in which one of the walls of the buildings was destroyed by a robot that had a number 3 painted on the metal, which obeyed the man's orders. Yes. Wonderful. Wonderful. He said, happy with the result. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴. That was impressive, 𝐻𝐵. It's quite a robot. This is Pro Hero 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴, who was making notes on a list that was in one of his hands. I'm already imagining the work this will give me. He thought as he looked at the destruction the robots were causing in the fake city, and by the look of the pro hero, he looked tired. End of soundtrack. And 145 𝐶𝐿𝐿. That's nothing, you haven't even seen my most glorious creation yet. He said in a cheerful tone as he looked at 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴, sure. The 0 pointer. Listen, making this robot is really necessary. He asked curiously while more of the other robots from other points were commanded to go in certain directions. 𝐶𝐿𝐿. I don't know, it was orders from our boss. And believe me, making this robot took a lot of work for me. He said in a tired tone when he remembered. Why the question? 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴. I'm just curious about our boss's intentions. Besides, how will he be able to take on these machines in the practical test? He asked while looking at a 2-point robot that was being taken to a fake city area. 𝐶𝐿𝐿. Who are you talking about? He asked, curious and suspicious at the same time. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴. You know, All Might's son. 𝐶𝐿𝐿. Yeah, I don't know what to say. He said to run his hand over his head when remembering Izuku's condition. Do you know if he signed up here? 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴. The one who has this information is our boss. He said while the 2 pro heroes looked back where the in what appears to be a monitoring room, we see that Nizu is standing, watching through the screens where the various cameras showed the practical test robots being directed and positioned in certain places before being turned off. And behind the chimera, we see that 𝐶𝐿𝐿 had a list in hand. Nizu, the entrance exam will start soon in 2 months. Are all the written tests ready? He asked with his characteristic smile on his face without taking his eyes off the screens. 𝐶𝐿𝐿. Sure, sir. All copied and saved on the day of exam. Nizu. Great. And our enrollment? How many candidates do we have? 𝐶𝐿𝐿. We have many names, sir. Many students from different schools have applied to you. Mainly to apply for the hero course. He said as he switched from paper to paper in his hands when he saw several names of young people who signed up for the exam. Well, if you'll allow me, sir, I'll see and ask 𝐶𝐿𝐿 and 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐴 how they are doing with the practical tests. He said before bowing and turning around, about to leave the room. But Nizu, has the list of candidates people been updated? He asked looking at 𝐶𝐿𝐿, who was confused by the chimera's question as he turned around. 𝐶𝐿𝐿. I don't understand, sir. Nizu, I took a look at the list of applicants, and I saw that your son's name is also on the list of applicants. Upon saying that information, 𝐶𝐿𝐿 was shocked and speechless. 𝐶𝐿𝐿. Huh? What? When did he? But I told him not to. Oh my God. He said, trying to digest what he just heard, but how he fumbled all over the words. All he did was sigh and put his hand to his face. What do I do with this boy? Nizu, it's simple, let him apply here. His response made 𝐶𝐿𝐿 look at a chimera, who was still smiling. 𝐶𝐿𝐿. But sir, I've already said several times. My son has no powers and I won't allow him to. Nizu, 𝐶𝐿𝐿, 𝐶𝐿𝐿, 𝐶𝐿𝐿. He interrupted him by raising his paw and walking towards the blond man. Quirkless or not, everyone can enroll at 𝐻𝐵 and have their place, whether on the hero course or not. He said as he stopped in front of 𝐶𝐿𝐿 before jumping, grabbing the man's shirt and climbing onto 𝐶𝐿𝐿's shoulder, who seemed to be used to it. Why do you think I removed that rule that 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 can't sign up? Everyone deserves a chance to prove themselves, right? 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟. But the person runs the risk of injury or possibly. He said in a serious tone. 𝐻𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲, so much negativity you have. Where's your optimistic and hopeful side? He asked as he grabbed the man's face and made him look through his eyes. Look, it's okay to worry, especially about your son. But think with me. If he knows you're going to remove him from the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 entrance exam application, that will make him distance himself more and more from you. He said before jumping back to the ground. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, so, do you want me to allow him to take the risk of entering the hero course? 𝐻𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲, not necessarily in the hero course. What I want to tell you is, we can allow him to enter the other courses. That way he can enter you and have his place here and have less risk of getting hurt. And you, much less worried. He can like being on the support course, wouldn't you agree? He asked with a smile on his face before walking to the door and leaving the room, leaving 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 alone. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, because of 𝐻𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲's words, that made the man put his hand on his chin and look at the monitoring screens, seeing the meaning in 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐺𝐵's words. Forest near 𝐴𝐵𝐴𝐵 back to the same place where the dragon is hiding, we see that it is lying on the ground, having a good sleeping. Even one of his ears heard a noise, which made the dragon open his eyes and lift his head from the ground. And the one who was there was none other than Izuku, who had his backpack on his back and a bag in his hand. Izuku, hi buddy. It's me again. He waved with a smile on his face as he approached the dragon, who, upon seeing Izuku, got up from the ground and stretched a little due to the nap he took. Oh, I am sorry for disturb your nap, but on the other hand, I brought you more food. Are you hungry, buddy? He asked as he took out 2 fish that were in the bag that was in his hands and left them in front of the dragon. Dragon, happy grunt. Obviously, upon seeing those fish, the dragon got closer to Izuku and ate the fish that were on the ground, and it looked like he was enjoying it. And that made the boy happy. Izuku, looks like I made the right choice in bringing you more food, he said when he saw the dragon licking his lips after that quick meal. Well, since you're well fed, time to see how your wounds are again. Could you lift your paw? Upon hearing that request, the dragon sat on the ground and raised the paw that was bandaged, allowing Izuku to examine it, and so he did. And as you can see, as the week went by, Izuku discovered that Night Fury was understanding him either through the boy's words or gestures. And as you guys can see, the dragon started letting the green-haired boy take care of his injuries, and as a bonus, the dragon received food every time Izuku came to see him. And at this moment, we see that Izuku has removed the bandages covering the dragon's injured paw. Insert soundtrack. The Going Merry, One Piece live action Izuku. That's a good sign. Looks like your paw won't take long to get better, he said as he took another bandage and filled it with water. Dragon, complaining grunt. The dragon was apparently complaining when he saw the other bandage that Izuku was going to cover on his paw. Izuku, I know, it's boring to use this. But I promise you, this will be the last time you use this. And after that, you won't need to use it anymore and it will get better, he said as he wrapped the band around the dragon's paw, who had a look on his face that he didn't like that. Now I need to see your other wound. Can you lift your wing, please? Upon hearing that, the dragon did as Izuku asked, thus allowing the boy to look and analyze the creature's other wound while he had the ointment in hand. Izuku, yeah, this is going to take a while to heal, he said, scratching his head when he saw the wound on the dragon's belly, who looked at Izuku when he heard what he said. Don't worry, your wound is improving, but it's still not 100% recovered yet, he said as he rubbed that ointment on the dragon's other wound, which let out a slight grunt of pain, and Izuku noticed that. And to distract the dragon, Izuku decided to say something. Listen, buddy, I was wondering, can I give you a name? Dragon, curious grunt, he asked when he heard that question from Izuku, who finished applying the ointment to the dragon's wound and stood in front of him. Izuku, you know, it's just, we've known each other for a week and it's kind of weird just referring to you as buddy all the time without you having a name. Dragon. The dragon didn't utter a sound, he just quickly licked his lips because of an itch he felt while he stared at Izuku. Izuku, I spent the whole week thinking of a good name for you. It was difficult as there are so many names to choose from, but I didn't want it to be just any, but finally, I found it. He said with his hand on his chin while his back was to the dragon. You're big, intimidating, scary when you want to be, and the scar on your face gives you a brave face, he said as he turned to the dragon, who listened to everything Izuku said. What do you think if I call you Fury? He asked with a smile as he looked at the dragon's face. The dragon, who was now named as Fury, showed surprise upon hearing that. And after that he did was stand with his head looking up, staring at the skies while Izuku glared at him. He even looked where Fury was looking, but there was nothing, so he assumed it was something else. Izuku, Fury, is everything okay? He asked worriedly. Fury opened his mouth, his eyes were half closed, and he let out a quick sneeze, thus leaving him relieved. And after that he returned to face Izuku, who looked like an idiot for not having realized that and for having worried for nothing. Izuku, never mind, forget it, he said with a comical drop of sweat coming out of his head, while Fury walked to Izuku's backpack that was on the ground and the boy noticed. The boy saw that the dragon came close to his backpack while he smelled it and analyzed it, seeing that, Izuku already suspected what the dragon was looking for. Izuku, that's just my backpack, Fury. There's no food in there. He said when he got close to both his backpack and the dragon's side, that he was still curious about what was inside. Do you want to see what I have in here? He asked as he crouched down where his backpack was and opened it. And what Fury saw was just some notebooks, a pencil case and a book, in which Izuku took it, opened it and flipped through the pages to look for a specific one, and that made the dragon curious. Until Izuku found the page he was looking for and turned it to Fury, who looked at the open page of the book that was about the Night Fury. Izuku, this book has a lot information about your species, including this drawing about you. And look, this book is quite old, so that means that I wasn't the only one who saw you, I mean a Night Fury like you. Oh, and this book not only has information and drawings about the Night Fury, but also about other dragon species here, he said as he stood next to Fury, who was surprised by that information before Izuku turned to some pages that showed and commented on other dragons. You've already met these species. Fury, grunt of agreement, he said, when he saw one of the pages that showed some drawings of other dragons. Izuku, I suppose that's a yes, he said as he returned his focus to the book. The name of the author of this book was called 𝐻𝐿, and for all the information that this book has, he must have known several of these dragons. Is it possible that some of these species are still alive like yours, Fury? Oh, and by the way, and your family? He asked curiously, but his question left the dragon crestfallen and with a sad look. Fury, sad grunt. He made a sound that sounded very sad while looking at the sky, and upon seeing that look and remembering Fury's injuries, Izuku already guessed the reason for this behavior. Izuku, good job, you idiot. You have now made him sad, he thought, irritated with himself for asking that question, until he thought of a way to cheer up the dragon and keep him distracted from that. Then he closed the book, put it in his backpack and caught the dragon's attention by walking beside him. Izuku, listen, buddy. I may have no idea what happened, but don't worry. Soon your wounds will heal, and you'll be able to fly without too much trouble, he said with a smile on his face as he stayed beside Fury, who was sitting on the floor while listening and looking at the boy, who was trying to cheer him up. I promise I'll make sure you're okay. Deal? He asked while scratching the back of the dragon's neck, who was wide-eyed at first, but then he closed his eyes and apparently was enjoying it, and what made it clearer was the sound he made. It sounded like a purring cat. A huge, ferocious cat. Izuku, yeah, apparently 𝐻𝐿 has studied these dragons so well. I never thought scratching one would make him so happy. Thanks for sharing this, 𝐻𝐿, he thought with a smile on his face as he continued scratching the dragon, who was enjoying the way Izuku was scratching him. Until, when the boy scratched the front of the dragon's neck, Fury threw himself to the ground, happy and letting out a sound that sounded like a light laugh. My goodness! It really worked, he said in surprise as he looked down at his own hand. Suddenly, the cell phone that was in the boy's pocket started to make a notification sound, which not only caught his attention, but Fury's as well, who got up from the floor. As for Izuku, he picked up his cell phone and saw that he received a message from his father, which said, "Son, could you come over here as soon as possible? I need to talk to you." Insert soundtrack. Not so fireproof, John Powell Izuku. Oh boy. I don't have a good feeling about this. He said, a little nervous when reading that message. Until he put his cell phone in his pocket and looked at Fury. "I'm sorry, buddy. It's my dad, he's calling me and I don't want to worry him so much. He always did," he said as he walked towards the backpack and put it on his back, and the bag from before that had the fish, he took it and crushed it. "I have to go, but I promise I'll be back here as soon as I can." As he said that, he turned and walked to the same path that took him out of the forest. There was just one thing. Izuku looked back and saw Fury was following him. "Izuku, wait, no. Fury, what you doing? You can't come with me, people will see you," he said as he stood in front of the dragon and showed his hands to stop him from following him. Fury, confused grunt. He asked, as he stood still when he saw the boy preventing him from following. "Izuku, people can't see you. If that happens, many may not understand very well," he said worriedly while looking at the path he always took to enter and leave the place. Until the boy put his hand on his chin to think, and then he looked at the dragon and asked, "Listen, buddy, it's quite possible that other people might show up here, or pass by. If you see other people and I'm not around, what are you going to do?" Fury, threatening growl. He looked forward and made a sound like he was threatening someone. Izuku, "Yeah, that's pretty scary to do, but no, I want you to try something different. We can use that threatening face of yours as the last option," he said, a little nervous and a little intimidated by the face the dragon made, and the dragon stopped pretending to be furious and paid attention to Izuku's words. "Fury?" he asked, when he heard that, because he was confused with what the boy wanted. "Izuku, let's assume that I'm not me, but that I'm another strange person who's passing by and doesn't know anything about what's around him," he said while pretending to be walking by moving his legs, but in the opposite direction. "And so that I can't see you, what will you have to do?" he asked while looking at Fury. Upon hearing that question, the dragon was thoughtful at first, but it didn't take long for him to understand what Izuku wanted. So, Fury ran behind one of the rocks he had nearby and stayed behind it, trying to hide. The problem was that Fury covered his body, but didn't cover his tail or his wings. "Izuku, Fury, I can still see you." The dragon lifted his head from the rock when he heard the boys scream. "Sigh, this is going to be a little more difficult than I thought." That was the only thing he said before walking towards the dragon. Yagi family house. Inside the Yagi family home, we see that 𝗏𝗏𝗡 was sitting at the table with a cup of tea in his hands. He had been waiting for Izuku for about 30 minutes, and he was about to call his son's cell phone to see if he was okay or if he was on his way home. But before he could do that, he heard the door open and Izuku appeared, who seemed to have come running. "Izuku, hi, Dad. Sorry I am late," he said as he closed the door while catching his breath. "𝗏𝗏𝗡, where did you run from?" he asked curiously. "Izuku, I came from the library," he said, disguising his nervousness. "Anyway, what happened? Why did you call me?" he said as he got closer to 𝗏𝗏𝗡 and with the clear intention of changing the subject. 𝗏𝗏𝗡 just got up from his chair, faced Izuku with a serious look and said, "𝗏𝗏𝗡, I already know everything." "Izuku, wait, what?" he asked in shock. "What are you talking about?" "𝗏𝗏𝗡, how long were you going to hide this from me and not tell me? Did you really think you were going to hide this from me forever?" he asked as he stood with his arms crossed, and that question made Izuku swallow his saliva. "Izuku, how long have you known this?" "𝗏𝗏𝗡, I found out today, that's why I called you here. To talk about your application to you." "Izuku." He was surprised by what he just heard. "Wait a minute, is that what you were talking about?" "𝗏𝗏𝗡, of course, what else would I be talking about?" he asked, confused and curious. "Izuku, nothing. It's nothing, it's just that If on the one hand Izuku was relieved, on the other hand he was shocked again and defeated when he remembered the other thing 𝗏𝗏𝗡 just said. "Oh my god. My application at you? He said while putting his hand on his face. Look, Dad, I'm sorry. I really wanted to tell you, but I didn't know how to tell you this, and I was thinking about the right time to tell you, but I didn't want you to stop me. I know you're mad at me, but… 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, no, I'm not mad. Izuku, huh? Izuku stopped talking when he heard that. Excuse me, did you say you're not mad? He asked in surprise. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, I should have already suspected that you would do something like that. After all, you are as stubborn as me. More than I thought. He said while massaging the back of her neck. I was in disbelief at first when I found out about this, but after talking to my boss, I decided to allow you to apply to you, he said with a slight smile on his face, and that left Izuku with his mouth open. Izuku, are you really serious? I don't know what to say. He was happy with what he heard that he almost became emotional. I guarantee you, I won't disappoint you by signing up for the hero course. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, hey, wait a minute, big boy. He calmed Izuku's temper by showing his hands. I didn't say that you will apply in the hero course, I only allowed you to apply in the U.A. to enter the other courses. Insert soundtrack. 𝗀𝐻𝐼 Boku no Hero soundtrack. Izuku. Was that it? He asked, feeling disappointed. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, of course, and look on the bright side, son. The other courses have a lot of interesting things to learn. There were people who managed to succeed in life just by taking the general studies course at U.A. He said, wanting to cheer up Izuku by talking about the advantages of the other courses, and let's just say that this wasn't working very well. However, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 didn't notice that. And there's also the business course, which a lot of people don't appreciate, but they help a lot with merchandising, especially for heroes. Izuku, yeah, I know that. He said without enthusiasm, but 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 didn't notice. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗧, but it keeps getting better, wait to see what we have in the support course, and I believe this is the perfect place for you. As smart as you are, I believe you will be able to help many heroes with their costumes. Wow, just imagining that must give you a strong feeling, right, son? He said somewhat excitedly while giving Izuku a light punch on the shoulder. Izuku, yeah, I think so. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, he let out a laugh to make the mood between the two better, but seeing that didn't cheer up Izuku, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 decided to change the subject. Hey, anyway, you must be tired now. Do you feel like ordering a pizza today? I can order your favorite, what do you think? Izuku. Izuku was serious and a little downcast. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, son? He asked worriedly when he saw Izuku's expression, which when he heard 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, he disguised his expression. Izuku, of course. I would love to. He said as he passed 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 and walked to the stairs. I am going to take a shower. That was the only thing he said before going up the stairs and leaving 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘 alone in the living room. As for the man, he remained silent as he watched Izuku rise from his vision before sitting down in the chair and sighing. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, I miss you, 𝗀𝐻𝐼nko. He said in a sad tone while looking at one of the pictures he had of him and the woman with green hair called 𝗀𝐻𝐼nko on the wall. What would you do in my place? The next day, insert soundtrack. This spark in you, Daniel Pemberton. Izuku, can you believe that? He asked while focusing on a pebble in the lake. And he asked this question to Fury, who was lying on top of that rock. I finally thought my dad would give me a chance the moment he said I can apply to you. But not the hero course. He grunted in frustration as he threw another pebble into the lake. Fury, yawn sound, he yawned as he watched and listened to everything Izuku said. Izuku, I know I'm a quirkless, but come on. I can still prove my worth if I at least try. It doesn't hurt to try. But he apparently doesn't understand that. He said upset as he threw another pebble into the lake. You know what I think every time my father stops me from doing something? Son, I know that there are things you want to do, but know that you don't have powers, so you are fragile. And the world of heroes is too dangerous for you. He said while imitating 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘's manner and voice, which was not so identified. I know that's not exactly what he says, but it seems to me. He said while throwing another pebble into the lake, but with more force. Fury, call growl. Hearing Fury's call, Izuku looked at him and saw that the dragon gave a disapproving look at Izuku's behavior. Izuku, don't get me wrong, buddy. I love my dad and I'm grateful for what he's already done for me, I just wanted he let me be like just him. He said as he got up from the floor. After what happened to my mother, my father became very protective of me. He tried in many ways to make me forget about the world of heroes. I understand his concern, but I just wanted him to let me try. To show him what I can do. He said with a melancholic look as he looked at the backpack that was leaning against the rock that Fury was on top of. But after staring at the backpack for a while, Izuku stopped his melancholy look and started to look determined. He walked to his backpack, opened it and took out his notebook. Izuku, wait, I can still try. Fury, confused growl, he asked curiously as he got down from the rock and faced Izuku. Izuku, Fury, maybe this is the opportunity one wanted. Maybe. This could be my chance to prove myself. He said while having a smile on his face. I only have 2 months until the entrance exam begins, and until then, I will continue training non-stop until that day comes. He said with a determined look while not removing the smile on his face. Fury, you're a genius. Fury, surprised growl Izuku, thanks, buddy. You're the best. He said as he hugged the dragon, who was surprised by Izuku's sudden attitude, who noticed what he had done and separated from the dragon, who was still surprised by Izuku's embrace. Sorry, I got a little carried away. But anyway, I don't have any more time to waste. He said as he walked a little ahead while the dragon stared at him. It's time, buddy. It's time. To embrace this opportunity. He shouted determinedly and smiling with his fist raised. Izuku, yeah. I have my opportunity. I have my opportunity. Uhu. He stood celebrating with his fists in the air as he ran around. Fury. As for the dragon, he just watched it with no reaction, but the only thing he thought was, is he okay? The morning sun filtered through the treetops. The air was fresh as Izuku dropped his backpack from his shoulders, looking around until he spotted Fury lazily resting in the shade of a tree. The creature's eyes opened automatically upon hearing 2 fish being tossed onto the ground in front of him, making him forget his laziness, stand up, and eat quickly, but not before noticing and observing the boy with curiosity. Izuku himself held a notebook in his hands, with a page titled 2-month training, and from what we can see, he had made a long list. Izuku, okay. That's it. He said, closing the notebook. It's all or nothing. Izuku started with stretches, his muscles tightening under the strain of movement. Then he moved on to push-ups, his hands pressing firmly against the ground. With each descent, sweat began to form on his forehead as he breathed in and out, while Fury watched from his lying position, his head resting on his paws. When Izuku transitioned to running, circling around the clearing where Fury was, the dragon merely turned his head, tracking the boy's movements. The rhythmic sound of Izuku's footsteps could be heard as he picked up the pace, his chest burning with the effort. During a break after a few minutes of training, Izuku sat on a nearby rock, pulling a sandwich from his backpack. His phone in hand displayed martial arts videos. His eyes were fixed on the screen, carefully analyzing each movement. Fury, curious, slowly approached, his gaze shifting between Izuku's snack and the phone screen. Confused by the device and what was playing on it, the dragon tilted his head while looking at the boy with an expression that seemed almost interested. During classes at Aldra, Izuku maintained absolute focus on his studies. His eyes were attentive to the blackboard, his notebook filled with quick notes, and even when the bell signaled the end of classes, he remained absorbed in the books he had borrowed from the library, diving into information beyond the school curriculum. On weekends, even before 9 in the morning, Izuku was already up, leaving home with quick steps and his backpack in tow. Toshinori, you're leaving already? He asked while standing by the oven, seemingly preparing breakfast. Izuku, I'm heading to the library to study more. That was all he said before leaving and shutting the door. Toshinori. Already? He questioned, raising an eyebrow. Outside, Izuku ran excitedly down the street, unaware of the curious gaze of Ochako, who had just stepped out of her house and watched him. She couldn't help but follow his figure as he disappeared into the distance. Back in the forest, Izuku was in the middle of a series of push-ups as usual when he suddenly felt a sudden weight on his back. He looked to the side and saw Fury's massive paw pressing down on him, as if the dragon was trying to make the exercise more difficult. Izuku smiled, accepting the extra challenge. By refusing to stop, which seemed to satisfy Fury as he kept his paw firmly in place, his eyes fixed on the boy's effort. During the next run, Izuku focused on maintaining his pace, but suddenly, he heard the sound of Fury's heavy paws approaching from behind. Before he could react, the dragon effortlessly overtook him, running with surprising agility for a creature of his size. Breathing, Izuku understood the message. Fury wasn't just there to participate. The dragon was pushing him to surpass his limits. To go faster. This made Izuku not only furrow his brow but also pick up the pace, his heart pounding in his chest, determined to catch up to his new training partner, who was waiting for him to continue and push him beyond his limits. Later, Izuku was punching the trunk of a tree, his fists wrapped in bandages to lessen the pain. The impact reverberated through his bones, but he kept going, focused on increasing the power of his blows. Fury watched closely until, without warning, he turned to another fallen tree nearby and, with a swift motion, he used his paw and claws, causing deep damage to the wood. Izuku stood still for a moment, surprised by the dragon's sheer strength. After a brief pause, his eyes lowered to Fury's paw, and an idea began to form in his mind. That night, in the silence of his room, Izuku worked in secret. Tools were scattered across his small desk, pieces of metal and wires mixed in with his notebook and the dragon book. Izuku was apparently creating metal gloves, with clawed fingers directly inspired by Fury's paws. The metallic sheen reflected under the desk lamp as Izuku adjusted the final details, testing the material's resistance. The next day, back in the forest, Izuku put on his newly created gloves and approached a tree trunk. With a single strike, the wood gave way under the concentrated force, cracking easily. No pain reverberated through his fists, only the solid sensation of impact. "Izuku, yes!" he shouted with his fist raised as Fury, watching closely, lifted his head curiously. Looking at Izuku's hands, the dragon glanced at his own paws, then back at Izuku's glove, twice, recognizing the inspiration. Izuku didn't miss this reaction and noticed the dragon's look. "Izuku, so, what do you think? Pretty cool, right?" Upon hearing that question, Fury only grinned while sitting on the ground, before spitting a burst of fire toward a nearby rock, causing considerable damage. This action made the dragon puff out his chest, satisfied with his display, while Izuku watched in shock. However, his eyes were saying one thing. A new idea. That night, once again, Izuku was in his room, this time working with materials he had discreetly taken from his father's private office. They were pieces of equipment designed by David, which 𝐀𝐮𝐿 barely used anymore. Izuku was crafting small fire bombs, adjusting the potency to make them explosive enough but still controllable. Back in the forest, Fury was drinking water calmly from the lake when a loud boom echoed through the clearing. The dragon quickly lifted his head, eyes wide as he saw a rock blown to pieces. Izuku stood there, holding a small bag over his shoulder, filled with the bombs he had created. He tested another one, aiming at the same tree trunk from before, and the explosion rang out, displaying its power. Finally, he tossed one of the bombs into the lake, causing a splash that wet Fury's face. The dragon blinked in surprise, shook his head to remove the water, and looked at Izuku, who was smiling confidently. "Izuku, what do you think now, huh?" Fury, heh. He let out a deep sound, something between a purr and a muffled chuckle as if saying, "Show off." Training continued. Izuku struggled through sit-ups, sweat dripping down his face and torso, while Fury firmly held his feet with his paws. During push-ups, the dragon pressed his paw on Izuku's back to increase resistance, making the boy question whether that was necessary or not. For target practice with the bombs, Fury picked up branches and stones with his mouth, tossing them into the air for Izuku to try hitting. At first, Izuku missed multiple times, causing the bombs to fall into the water or the ground, his frustration growing with each failure. But When Fury threw another stone, Izuku took a deep breath, threw the bomb, and finally hit it. The explosion in midair made him shout with joy. Izuku, yes. I did it. He was so happy with this small victory that he enthusiastically patted Fury on the back. Not quite understanding, the dragon returned the gesture. But with too much strength, knocking Izuku to the ground. Fury stared at him, concerned. I'm okay, was all Izuku said, remaining on the ground. During the final sprint of the day, Izuku set up his phone on a rock, the timer ready to track his time. Fury stood further ahead, marking the finish line with his presence. The whistle blew, and Izuku took off, lungs burning, legs moving quickly. When he finally crossed the finish line, he stopped beside Fury, breathing heavily. He glanced at his phone while catching his breath, and his eyes widened at the new record beating his previous time. A triumphant shout escaped his lips, adrenaline rushing through his veins as he jumped with his fist raised. Izuku, that's it. Come here, buddy. He shouted, turning to Fury with a smile, raising his hand for a high five. Fury, understanding the gesture, lifted his massive paw to do the same. But at the last second, no, never mind. I'm good. Remembering the earlier slap, he laughed nervously and pulled his hand back. His words made Fury tilt his head curiously before letting out a deep sound, almost like a laugh, while Izuku collapsed onto the ground, satisfied with his progress. It was something small but meaningful. It was something especially for someone like him, a quirkless boy, determined to face what lay ahead. End of music. Yagi residence time. 7 p.m. The night was calm, with a gentle breeze blowing through the silent streets of the neighborhood. Izuku walked toward his house, feeling the exhaustion in his muscles after another day of training. He needed to rest, and luckily, his father was probably out doing more hero work before coming home, making it easier for Izuku to avoid questions. Especially since tomorrow was the entrance exam, and he couldn't afford to be exhausted. As he reached his house, just about to enter, a familiar voice called his name. Ochako, Yagi. Izuku stopped in his tracks, his heart skipping a beat upon hearing that soft voice. He turned and looked toward the house next door, where Ochako was leaning against the window, smiling warmly at him. Izuku, Yuyuraraka hi. He greeted her, raising his hand in a wave. Ochako, I thought it was you. I saw you coming and wanted to say hi. She rested her arms on the window, leaning forward slightly. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up at that. Even though they'd been neighbors for a while, he still got nervous whenever they talked. Especially when it was something unexpected. Izuku, what a coincidence. I was just getting home. Ochako, really? She rested her face on her hand. To be honest, I've seen you running out of your house several times lately. Where were you rushing off to? Izuku swallowed hard. He knew someone in the neighborhood might notice his constant running, but he never imagined Ochako would be the one paying attention. His face turned a little red. Izuku, well, I was training, of course. He laughed. Awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. I'm preparing for tomorrow's entrance exam and I met a friend who's been helping me during this time. Ochako, oh, you've been training too. She seemed both pleased and intrigued. That's great. You always seemed really determined to me. Izuku noticed me. Izuku was a bit surprised by the comment. Did he seem determined to her? That gave him a small sense of pride. Ochako, it's kinda hard not to, especially the way you run. Yeah, tell me about it, said the narrator Izuku, while the present Izuku got a little nervous at the comment before quickly changing the subject. Izuku, what about you? Are you excited for tomorrow? Ochako, oh, totally. She let out a sigh, resting her hands on the window. I'm excited, but I have to admit I'm a little nervous too. The exam is way tougher than the other hero schools, you know. Izuku, yeah. I read a lot about that. The acceptance rate is way lower compared to other schools. He nodded, feeling a bit of anxiety as he said that. But on the other hand, that just means whoever gets in really deserves to be there. He said optimistically, which made Ochako smile. 𝐻𝐿𝐿, yeah, I guess that's true. A brief silence settled between them. They both looked up at the starry sky, lost in their own thoughts. Until 𝐻𝐿𝐿 broke the quiet. 𝐻𝐿𝐿, hey Yagi. What are your expectations? Her question left Izuku confused. Izuku, huh? 𝐻𝐿𝐿, like, what do you expect after the exam? What do you want to achieve as a student? Izuku hesitated at first. He had never actually put that answer into words. But before he could say anything, 𝐻𝐿𝐿 continued. Insert soundtrack, the Cove John Powell 𝐻𝐿𝐿. I've thought a lot about it. I think I want to be a great rescue hero. I've always admired heroes who do that kind of work, like 13. They save so many lives, she said with a gentle smile on her face as Izuku listened attentively, impressed by her sincerity. And I hope that when I become a hero, I can help my parents. They deserve more peace after working so hard for me. She smiled a little more but looked away, seeming a bit embarrassed. But anyway, what about you? She asked, curious. Izuku remained silent for a moment. He knew the answer, but it was hard to put into words. Izuku, He clenched his fists slightly, looking at the ground. I want recognition. His answer intrigued 𝐻𝐿𝐿. I want to be someone in life. I want to be recognized for my efforts, for my actions. To be honest, being a hero isn't just a profession I admire. It's my dream. He said while looking at the moon, speaking sincerely. I want to be like them. I want to be a hero like All Might. But his expression grew more serious and melancholic. I am who I am. He didn't explain what he meant by that. And how could he? How could he say he was quirkless trying to get into the country's top hero school? How could he tell his neighbor that he was a non-normal? However, while the boy was melancholic, 𝐻𝐿𝐿, on the other hand, looked at him with a soft smile and an admiring gaze. 𝐻𝐿𝐿, once we pass the exam, I think will be the perfect place for you. For you to be so much more than you want to be. She said with a sideways smile, and her words made Izuku look at her, surprised. And you know what? I like the way you are, Yagi. She said, adjusting her hair. So, you shouldn't dislike yourself. Izuku's heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words from her, and at the same time, he felt his face heat up instantly. He froze in place, unsure how to react. Hearing someone like her say she liked the way he was made him. Well, happy, to be honest. He even opened his mouth, but no words came out. 𝐻𝐿𝐿, however, just let out a small giggle and stepped back inside her room. 𝐻𝐿𝐿, well, I think I should get some rest now. Good luck tomorrow, Yagi. I hope we become classmates at UA. Izuku, why? Still paralyzed, Izuku nodded quickly. Good night, 𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸. She waved and closed the window, disappearing from his sight, while Izuku stood there for a moment, still processing what had just happened. His heart was still racing, and a persistent warmth spread across his face. But it didn't take long for his expression to turn more serious and slightly sad as well. And the reason was what she had just said, you shouldn't dislike yourself. At that moment, I didn't know if I believed that. I didn't know if she would still like me if she knew the truth. Narrated Izuku, while the present one closed his eyes for a moment, feeling a familiar weight in his chest. She said that because she didn't know. She didn't know he was quirkless. He kept thinking about what would happen when she found out. That thought not only made Izuku sigh but also made him feel a small lump in his throat. But there was one truth I knew. I was still a quirkless trying to reach for something impossible. He said as Izuku then entered his house, ready to face the next day, where an uncertain future awaited him. Next day time, 7:30 a.m. The day had finally arrived. Izuku had barely gotten any sleep due to his anxiety. Speaking of him, he was kneeling beside his bed, finishing up organizing his backpack for the big day while already dressed in his 𝐴LDRA school uniform. Along with the necessary school supplies and clothes, he placed 2 pieces of equipment he had designed over the past 2 months inside, his metal gloves with claws and a small pouch containing the bombs he had created. It wasn't anything extravagant, but it could clearly be crucial for him. Just as he closed his backpack, his bedroom door suddenly swung open. ''𝐻𝐿, Izuku!'' His sudden appearance startled Izuku slightly, making him turn around quickly to find his father standing at the door. ''Izuku, Dad. I already told you not to come in like that without knocking,'' he complained, frowning. ''𝐻𝐿, sorry, my bad. I swear I'm trying to break that habit.'' 𝐻𝐿 raised his hands in a gesture of surrender as he said this. Taking advantage of the moment, Izuku pulled his backpack closer and fully closed it, ensuring his father wouldn't see what was inside. He didn't want 𝐻𝐿 to start asking questions. ''Izuku, what do you need?'' ''𝐻𝐿, I just came by to let you know that your breakfast is already in the kitchen,'' he said with a light smile. ''And also, I wanted to ask, have you decided which course you're going to take?'' ''Izuku, well, you'll find out soon enough,'' he said, trying to sound casual while keeping a neutral expression. ''𝐻𝐿, huh? You always like to keep things mysterious, huh?'' 𝐻𝐿 let out a short laugh. ''If I had to guess, I'd say the support course. You've always loved inventing things ever since David introduced you to his inventions.'' The man's words only made Izuku smirk slightly, neither confirming nor denying it. ''Anyway, I'm already on my way to you. The team needs me for the exam preparations. See you there.'' He was about to leave, but just as he stepped outside, he paused at the doorway. He stood still for a moment, and Izuku noticed especially when his father placed a hand on his abdomen, lightly pressing the area where his old wound used to be. ''Izuku, Dad.'' ''𝐻𝐿, son, I've been thinking.'' 𝐻𝐿 seemed like he wanted to say something as he remained with his back turned. His gaze grew distant for a few moments, as if he were debating internally. Izuku waited, wondering what he was going to say. But the words never came. In the end, he simply forced a smile and let out a sigh. ''𝐻𝐿, it's nothing. Good luck, son,'' he said in a gentle tone. Izuku felt a slight tightness in his chest. Something was left unsaid. It felt like disappointment. ''Izuku. Thanks.'' 𝐻𝐿 nodded and left the room, leaving Izuku alone. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. And the only thing the young man did was sigh and look at his backpack. ''Izuku, yeah, I'm really going to need it,'' he murmured to himself, feeling the weight of the moment. Today was the day. The beginning of what could shape his future. Building time, 8:30 a.m. As soon as Izuku finished his breakfast and gathered everything he needed, he left home and headed toward his destination. The main gate of 𝐸 was open, allowing candidates to enter for the entrance exam. The place was packed with students from different schools, all anxious, excited, and determined. Amidst the crowd, standing before the imposing 𝐸 building, Izuku observed everything in awe. It was his first time seeing the institution in person. He had read a lot about the school, seen pictures, promotional videos. But nothing compared to actually being there, right in front of it. ''Izuku, oh my goodness,'' he murmured to himself, feeling a chill run down his spine. The building was grand, and this was just the first sight upon entry. He could feel the history and weight of the place, the spot where the world's greatest heroes had begun their journeys, including his father. Inspired with every step he took, Izuku was almost ready to head toward the building's entrance. But before he could move forward, a strong impact came from his side, knocking him off balance. His shoulder was shoved abruptly, nearly making him stumble. ''Bakugo, out of the way, Deku." A familiar voice, full of arrogance, sounded as it passed him. "You shouldn't even be here, you freak." Insert soundtrack. The down dragon, John Powell. Izuku frowned instantly. Katsuki Bakugo walked past him without even looking back, his confident and smug stride as irritating as ever. Izuku felt his fists clench. His first instinct was anger. He even considered confronting him and was about to say something, but he took a deep breath. ''Izuku, of course, it had to be him," he muttered to himself, standing his ground as Bakugo continued into the building. Letting out a heavy sigh, Izuku closed his eyes for a moment, trying to calm his nerves. He knew he had to stay focused on the exam. Taking a deep breath, he took his first step toward the building. But the moment he moved forward, He tripped over an uneven spot on the ground. His eyes widened as he realized he was about to fall flat on his face. Ochako, are you okay? Suddenly, his fall was interrupted. Izuku felt his body float slightly before stopping midair, as if the gravity around him had been nullified. Confused and hearing that voice, he turned his head and saw Ochako, who had touched his arm just in time, smiling gently. Ochako, good morning, Yagi. She greeted cheerfully, adjusting his position in the air before letting him land firmly on his feet again. Izuku, good morning, 𝗧𝗓𝗧. Thanks for that, he said, fixing his posture and feeling his cheeks heat up a little. Ochako, it was nothing. She waved her hand dismissively. It wouldn't be great to start the day by kissing the pavement, right? Her comment made Izuku scratch his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Izuku, how embarrassing. My nerves always get the best of me. Ochako, if anyone should be nervous here, it's me. She joked, giving him a light nudge on the shoulder with an excited smile. Izuku chuckled awkwardly at her comment. Compared to the other candidates, he should probably be keeping his composure. Or at least trying to. Izuku, well, thanks again for saving me from that humiliation. Ochako, no problem. But speaking of which, she tilted her head slightly, curious. What exactly happened there? Was it just a trip, or did someone push you? Izuku, not my fault. Look at this ground structure. He pointed at the area where he had tripped. If I trip again, I should sue you for nearly making me embarrass myself. He said this in a dramatically serious tone, which made Ochako laugh. Ochako, well, look on the bright side. At least I showed up at the right time. She shrugged playfully. Izuku, definitely. He smiled, clearly charmed by her warmth. So, how does your quirk work? He asked as they started walking together. Ochako, it's pretty simple. I can remove gravity from anything I touch with the tips of my fingers. She explained, showing her palms and pointing at the small pink circles on her fingertips. With this, I can make objects or even people float. But if I overdo it, I get sick. Izuku, sick? In what way? Ochako, ugh. She made a gagging gesture and sound, making Izuku grimace in understanding. Yeah, not a pretty sight. But it only happens if I use it for too long or on something too heavy. Izuku, that explains why you let go so quickly. You didn't want to take any risks right at the start of the exam. Ochako, nah, you're as light as a feather. She responded casually. But what about you? What's your quirk? The question made Izuku tense up slightly. He averted his gaze for a moment before scratching his chin and responding hesitantly. Izuku, it's nothing special. It's kind of trivial. His answer, or lack thereof, made Ochako frown slightly. Ochako, trivial? Oh, come on. No way. You came all the way here, so you definitely have something special. Izuku felt a tightness in his chest. He didn't know if he could just tell the truth right there. In fact, he was trying to avoid this topic at all costs. So, he forced a smile. Izuku, well, I think we should hurry. We don't want to miss the exam, right? Ochako looked at him for a moment before shrugging and agreeing. Ochako, true. But hey, I'll be expecting that answer later, got it? She said as she walked past him, while he stopped in his tracks, laughing nervously. Izuku, God help me. He started to worry. Ochako, aren't you coming, Yagi? Hearing the girl's question, who had stopped to wait for him, Izuku ran to catch up with her. Then, the two walked together toward the entrance of the building. Their fate within you was about to be decided. End of soundtrack and 1:35 time, 9 a.m. in one of you. Spacious classrooms, many of the candidates waited anxiously for the written exam to begin. Among them, Izuku took deep breaths, trying to calm his nerves as he organized his materials on the desk. At the front of the room, the pro-hero and teacher, 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐬, observed the students with a serious expression. Seeing the pro-hero, Izuku felt relieved that it wasn't his father. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐬, good morning, everyone. His firm voice immediately captured the attention of those present. Welcome to U.S. entrance exam. This is the written portion, in which you will have 1 hour to answer the presented questions. Once you complete the written exam, those applying for the hero course must proceed to the auditorium for the next phase. The rest of you will be free to return home. He paused, making sure everyone understood the instructions. Any questions before we begin? Silence filled the room, indicating that everything was clear. The candidates exchanged glances, some showing confidence, others clearly apprehensive. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻, very well. You may begin. With those words, he activated the digital timer on the wall, setting exactly 1 hour. The sound of pages turning and pens touching paper soon filled the room. Izuku took a deep breath and started his test. As he read each question, his lips moved almost imperceptibly, murmuring parts of the answers, a habit he had developed to maintain concentration. Some classmates cast curious glances his way, intrigued by his method, while others were clearly annoyed, though not enough to stop their own tests. Izuku, however, seemed oblivious, fully immersed in his own rhythm. 15 minutes passed, and Izuku put his school materials back in his backpack, quickly reviewing his answers. Satisfied, he stood up with determination and walked to 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻's desk, handing in his answer sheet. Izuku, it's done. His words not only surprised 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻 but also the other candidates. Is he already done? A girl whispered. I'm not even halfway through yet. A boy murmured. No, that's impossible. Another boy said. Among the glances exchanged, a pink-haired, yellow-eyed girl looked at Izuku's paper, impressed to see that he had actually answered every question. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻, you finished quite quickly, young man. He commented, raising an eyebrow. Izuku, yes, sir. He replied with a respectful nod. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻, very well. You're dismissed. He said, accepting the exam and watching as Izuku left the room. As soon as the door closed, 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻 couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity. He looked at Izuku's answer sheet and began to review it. To his surprise, the first questions were all correct, and as he moved on to the next ones, he became even more impressed. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐻, well, would you look at that? He thought to himself. He takes after his mother's intelligence. Unlike his father. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he glanced at the door Izuku had exited through. Meanwhile, in the hallways of U.S., Izuku walked toward the auditorium. His heart was pounding, not just from the anticipation of the next phase but also from the satisfaction of having completed the written exam with confidence. Now, he just needed to maintain that confidence during the practical test. Izuku, first part is over. Now it's time for practice. He murmured to himself, lightly gripping the strap of his backpack as he made his way to the next challenge. U.S. auditorium. After finishing the written exam, Izuku headed to U.S. auditorium, where he would wait for the next stage of the entrance exam for hero course applicants. The space was vast, with rows of seats extending toward the main stage. Izuku chose a seat in the middle of the auditorium, trying to blend in among the other candidates. As he waited, he observed the other aspiring heroes entering and taking their seats, each displaying a mix of nervousness, determination, or confidence. To his dismay, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 entered the auditorium and headed straight for the seat. Right next to Izuku. He only noticed the green-haired boy when he was about to sit down. Initially, neither of them exchanged words, remaining in an awkward silence. However, the explosive blonde decided to break it. 𝐵𝐾𝐽, what the hell are you still doing here, Deku? He whispered with disdain, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. Izuku, that's none of your concern. He replied in a neutral tone, also looking forward. 𝐵𝐾𝐽, still as stubborn as ever. You're gonna get yourself killed trying to be a hero. Isn't a place for a useless loser like you. He sneered, flashing a sarcastic smirk. Izuku remained silent, clenching his fists over his thighs. Though 𝐵𝐾𝐽's words stung, he refused to show weakness. Instead, he shot a firm, disdainful glare at his former friend, making it clear that he wouldn't be shaken, and that he wouldn't let 𝐵𝐾𝐽 talk CRP without consequences. Before the tension could escalate further, the auditorium lights dimmed, drawing everyone's attention to the stage. A spotlight illuminated the center, revealing the energetic figure of the pro hero known as Present Mic. With his signature style, he struck a dramatic, but undeniably cool pose and flashed a wide grin. Present Mic, welcome, hero candidates. His voice echoed throughout the auditorium, filled with enthusiasm. Are you ready for the challenge ahead? Come on, say yeah. An awkward silence filled the room. The candidates, though surprised by Present Mic's presence, did not immediately respond. Present Mic, I get it, you all want to play it cool. He asked, unfazed. Well, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to give you a quick rundown of how the practical exam will go. Are you ready? Come on, I want to hear a yeah. He encouraged them, cupping his hand around his ear, waiting for someone to shout. And once again, silence prevailed. Izuku, feeling the need to match the hero's energy, clenched his fists and, summoning his courage, shouted. Izuku, yeah. All eyes turned to him, and Izuku felt his face heat up in embarrassment upon realizing he was the only one who yelled. However, Present Mic pointed in his direction, grinning widely. Present Mic, that's the spirit. Thanks, kid. You just earned some points with me. He exclaimed, giving Izuku a thumbs up as one of the stage lights suddenly shone on him. Izuku, Izuku let out a timid chuckle as murmurs spread throughout the auditorium. Bakugo, sitting beside him, rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed. Present Mic, oh boy. He's here. While outwardly maintaining his cheerful smile, Mike felt a wave of nervousness inside. All Might's son is here. Oh, CRP. Does he know about this? Present Mic, keeping his usual energy and focus, drew everyone's attention back to himself as he raised his hands and gestured toward the large screen behind him. Present Mic, all right, everyone. Pay attention. Now that we're all warmed up, let's get to business. His voice boomed through the auditorium, making the candidates refocus on him. You'll have 10 minutes in a simulated urban battle. Your objective is to rack up points by defeating 3 types of mock villains. Each villain has a point value based on their difficulty level. He pointed to the screen, which displayed images of different numbered robotic villains from 1 to 3, along with an animated mini-mic in the simulated city taking down one of the robots to simplify things. Izuku observed intently, absorbing every detail. He felt a mix of excitement and nervousness at the thought of the upcoming challenge. Present Mic, after this presentation, check your identification cards. Each one indicates the specific battle center you'll be assigned to. He held up a card similar to the candidates, displaying an alphanumeric code. Izuku quickly grabbed his card and saw the inscription, B. Beside him, Bakugo did the same, glancing at his own card with a serious yet irritated expression. Bakugo, Battle Center. Looks like you got lucky, Deku. If we were in the same field, I'd crush you. His voice carried arrogant confidence mixed with irritation. Izuku, is that really a hero's attitude? Izuku shot back, rolling his eyes. Present Mic, when you encounter these villains, use your quirks to earn points by defeating them. But be warned, attacking other candidates or engaging in any anti-heroic behavior is strictly prohibited. His tone grew more serious as he emphasized the last part. As he processed the information, Izuku began murmuring to himself, placing a hand on his chin as he analyzed possible strategies. Izuku, if they're robots, their weak points might be at the joints or an energy source. Aiming for the head could cause a short circuit, but taking out the legs is also an option to limit movement. It probably depends on the size and speed of the villain, so I need to think fast and be precise with my attacks. His murmuring, though quiet, was noticed by a few people nearby, though they didn't seem too bothered by it. Excuse me, but may I ask a question? Suddenly, a hand was raised in the middle of the auditorium. Present Mic, yes, go ahead. He pointed to the bespectacled student who had stood up. A spotlight illuminated the young man as he stood up from his chair and raised the pamphlet in his hands. Tenya. In the informational pamphlet, it mentions the existence of 4 types of villains, not 3. If this is a mistake, it is unacceptable and shameful for an institution of 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. We are students who came here to become exemplary heroes. Furthermore, he turned, pointing at Izuku. You with the green hair. Izuku, huh? He was surprised and confused at being called out. Tenya, your constant murmuring is distracting us, and it's starting to irritate me. If you're not taking this seriously, I suggest you leave. Izuku was taken aback, feeling all eyes on him. He blushed in embarrassment but took a deep breath before responding. Izuku, I apologize. I was just focusing on the explanation and analyzing strategies to face the mock villains. I didn't realize I was bothering anyone. Having super hearing must be complicated. Tenya, super hearing. I don't have super hearing. Izuku, huh? But if you don't have super hearing, how did you hear me from here? You're 2 seats ahead of me, and you're the only one bothered by my murmuring. Are you paying attention to present mixed explanation and to me at the same time? He asked out of pure curiosity, which, consequently, silenced Ida. A few restrained chuckles echoed through the auditorium, including one from Ochako, who was sitting a bit further away. Ida, realizing the situation, fell silent and lowered his head, clearly embarrassed. Present mic, alright. To clarify, there is, in fact, a 4th type of villain known as the 0-pointer. And as the name suggests, it's worth 0 points and serves as an obstacle. It's recommended to avoid it, but if someone wants to face it, go ahead. Just don't expect to earn points for it. He explained with a smile. Is that clear now, Candidate 7111, or do you have anything else to ask? He asked with his hands on his hips. Tenya, you understood. Thank you for the clarification, and I apologize for the interruption. He said, bowing before sitting down. Present mic. In short, everyone, that's all I wanted to go over. And before you all go, let's shout out the school's motto. Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is one who overcomes life's difficulties. So, go even further. Plus ultra. He exclaimed, clearly trying to motivate the candidates, and to some extent, it worked. The candidates felt a renewed determination to push themselves further, and Izuku, though still more nervous than most, felt a newfound resolve growing inside him. The challenge had been set, and he was ready to face it. 30 minutes later, after the explanation in the auditorium, the candidates were directed to their respective battle centers. Before arriving at the location, all candidates had to change out of their school uniforms into more suitable attire for the practical exam, which they did before reaching the battlefield gate. Izuku wore a black hoodie adorned with green details on the shoulders and lower part. Underneath, a green t-shirt complemented the ensemble. Tight black breathes and black sneakers with green accents completed his outfit. On his hands, he wore metallic clawed gloves inspired by fury, and a small pouch on his waist carried the bombs he had developed himself. As he waited for the exam to begin, Izuku noticed that many candidates displayed confidence, some even underestimating others around them, including Izuku himself, by casting dismissive glances in his direction. However, the green-haired boy preferred to avoid eye contact. Unlike them, Izuku remained calm, taking deep breaths to control his anxiety and nerves. Unlike everyone else, he was the only quirkless person there. His eyes then wandered around until they found Ochako, his neighbor and the source of his most tender feelings. She was a little ahead, showing signs of nervousness as she stared at the gate. A gentle smile formed on Izuku's face upon seeing her, and he decided to approach her to offer support. However, before he could take a step, he felt a firm hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Tenya Ida, the rigid candidate who had already called him out earlier. Tenya, what do you intend to do by approaching that girl? Can't you see she's trying to concentrate? He asked seriously. Izuku, she's my neighbor and she looks nervous. I just wanted to offer some support. He replied, turning to face Ida directly. You know, I'm starting to think you have a problem with me. Tenya, I simply believe that unnecessary interferences can compromise the performance of other candidates. We should all maintain absolute focus on the exam. He stated, crossing his arms. Izuku, that's a valid concern, but I don't think a gesture of support counts as interference. Besides, I find it funny that you're saying this when you've already picked on me twice today. In the auditorium and now. Maybe you should focus more on your own performance instead of wasting your time on me. He countered, looking directly into Tenya's eyes. Tenya opened his mouth to respond but hesitated. Realizing the validity of Izuku's words, he closed his mouth and nodded, though he still seemed a bit reluctant. Before any further interaction could occur, the gates in front of the candidates began to open slowly. From a platform above, Present Mike watched the scene with enthusiasm. Present Mike, what are you all waiting for? The exam has already started. In real life, there are no countdowns. Go, go, go. Move it. He shouted while waving his arm, urging the candidates to hurry. With the announcement, they began running toward the test site, entering the simulated city where the practical exam would take place. Izuku, initially a bit behind due to his interaction with Tenya, adjusted his stance and started running. Insert soundtrack. This time for sure, John Powell, even though he was giving it his all, Izuku found himself lagging behind while the other candidates quickly dispersed throughout the city simulation, each aiming to accumulate points by defeating robotic villains. Izuku took a deep breath as he observed this, trying to stay calm and not let panic take over. Izuku, no panic, no panic. Suddenly, a nearby wall exploded into debris, revealing a 1-point robot, the Pointer One. The machine quickly advanced toward Izuku as soon as it saw him. Caught off guard, Izuku froze, unable to react, especially as he watched the machine rushing toward him. Then, at the last moment, a laser beam cut through the air, destroying the robot in front of him. The one responsible was none other than a young man with blonde hair and a confident, elegant expression. Aoyama, merci for distracting it for me. We make quite the duo, don't you think? Although I doubt we'll meet again. He said, winking at Izuku before walking away in search of more robots. Adieu. Izuku, what? Still dazed, Izuku watched Aoyama walk away, confused by his words. Before he could fully process what had just happened, the sounds of nearby battles snapped him back to reality, reminding him of the exam. Oh no! Running through the streets, Izuku saw the wreckage of scattered robots, evidence of the other candidates' achievements. Desperation began to grow within him as he realized he was falling behind more than he had thought. As he passed an alley, he spotted Ochako using her quirk to make 3 robots float before releasing them, destroying them upon impact with the ground. Ochako, good. 12 points. She said, slightly out of breath, before running off in search of more robots. Further ahead, Ida was speeding at full tilt, leaping into the air, and delivering a precise kick to the face of another machine, dismantling it. Tenya, 18 points. Hearing that, Izuku was shocked to realize that they had already scored points. And to make matters worse, more shouts echoed around him as candidates claimed their scores. 5 more points for me. That robot is mine. I saw it first. Got another one. Hearing those cries from the other candidates in all directions only increased the pressure, and Izuku, feeling increasingly helpless, ran frantically in search of opportunities. Izuku, no, no, no. There has to be a point for me. There has to be. He thought as he ran desperately, looking in all directions, searching for any remaining robots. If I keep this up, there'll be nothing left for me. Amid his frantic sprint, he failed to notice a metal piece on the ground, remnants of a destroyed robot, and tripped, crashing heavily onto the pavement. This humiliation not only let his frustration take over but also fueled his desperation and anger, making him punch the ground twice. End of the soundtrack. Izuku, you idiot. After 2 months of training with Fury, is this how I perform? He murmured, feeling tears threatening to form in his eyes. As he remained on the ground, punching it once more with his right fist, his eyes landed on his own hand, specifically his metallic glove. And that triggered a memory in his mind. Flashback. Insert soundtrack. I Can't Hear You. Rupert Gregson-Williams. Start. 1:35. During one of his training sessions, Izuku was running alongside Fury, trying to keep up with his pace. Exhausted and breathing heavily, his steps became sluggish until he inevitably tripped over nothing, falling to his knees. The cold, damp ground pressed against his hands as he struggled to catch his breath. Fury, noticing his human friend's fall, stopped running, his eyes locking onto Izuku with concern and encouragement. Fury, concerned grunt, with careful steps, the dragon approached, stopping beside Izuku. Encouraging grunt, he let out a low growl as he brought his snout closer to Izuku's side. Izuku, sorry, Fury. I'll get up. I just... His voice was strained with exhaustion and slight frustration at how tired he had become. Fury tilted his head, moving even closer. With surprising gentleness for a creature of his size, he slid his head under Izuku's arm, lifting him up slowly, catching the young human off guard. Izuku, Fury. He whispered, feeling himself being raised. Fury, encouraging grunt. The dragon stepped back slightly, positioning himself behind Izuku. With a gentle nudge of his snout, he urged him to stand. And as Izuku finally got to his feet, Fury locked eyes with him before glancing forward and then back at him. The dragon's determined gaze seemed to say, "Keep going. You can go further than this." Feeling a surge of emotion, Izuku felt a genuine smile form on his face. Fury's steady presence at his side renewed his strength. With a nod, Izuku took a deep breath, steadied his body, and got into a running stance. "Izuku, go. Even further," he said, voicing the school motto he had been embracing little by little. He started with a walk, then picked up the pace, and ran once more. Plus, ultra. Fury, joyful roar. Fury let out a delighted sound, running at the same speed beside him. Together, they resumed their run through the forest, side by side, each step strengthening the bond between this young human and the formidable dragon. End of flashback. The memory reignited a newfound determination in Izuku. Slowly, he got back on his feet, feeling energy return to his body. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment, connecting with the inner strength that Fury had always helped him find. Suddenly, the piercing sound of metal being crushed echoed nearby. A 3-point robot, Pointer 3, burst through another wall, heading straight for Izuku. This time, with a resolute look, Izuku quickly reached for his bag, pulled out one of his bombs, and threw it with precision at the robot's head. The resulting explosion disabled the machine, which fell inert before him. Feeling the rush of air caused by the robot's fall, Izuku smiled, whispering to himself, "Izuku, 3 points." He said with a smile on his face. With renewed confidence, he prepared to face the remaining challenges of the exam as he stood up. In the 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐴 monitoring room, a select group of teachers attentively watched the candidates' performances during the practical exam. Among them were well-known figures: Vlad King, 13, Midnight, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Aizawa, Cementos, and Principal Nizu. And, of course, Toshinori Yagi was also present, observing with interest the potential future heroes. And there were many. The multiple screens displayed the candidates in action, facing the villain robots with various strategies and abilities. Some teachers commented among themselves about the promising performance of certain students, highlighting innovative techniques and impressive demonstrations of power. Midnight, it looks like we'll have quite a promising batch of students this year. 13, indeed. But only a few will have the privilege of being in our classes. Vlad King, I've already got my eye on some potential students. What about you, Eraserhead? Any candidates that caught your attention? Vlad was enthusiastic, while Aizawa remained neutral. Aizawa, it doesn't matter. It's the boss's decision whether they enter in my class or not. Toshinori, I agree with Midnight. We have some very promising candidates this year. Nizu, oh, look at that. Suddenly, Nizu leaned forward, his eyes locking onto a specific screen. It seems that a particular candidate has shown up. His soft voice caught the other's attention as he pointed to the screen showing a green-haired young man advancing toward a 2-point robot. Toshinori, what? Upon hearing this, Toshinori turned his gaze to the indicated screen. Recognizing the young man as his son, Izuku, his body tensed, and he abruptly stood up from his chair, the surprise evident on his face as he saw his son not only facing the robot but also destroying it by throwing a bomb at its face. Izuku! What is he doing here? His voice carried a mix of disbelief and concern. Insert soundtrack. See you tomorrow, John Powell ectoplasm. Is that your son? Power loader. Interesting. He's using his own equipment to compensate for the absence of a quirk. He commented, intrigued. The other teachers exchanged glances, aware of Toshinori's overprotectiveness toward his son and his longing to keep him away from the dangers of a hero's life. 𝐶𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐺. It seems he decided to follow in your footsteps despite the risks. He commented while looking at Toshinori, who remained silent, his eyes fixed on the screen, internally struggling between pride in his son's performance and fear for the dangers he faced. Midnight, and he's doing very well, considering the circumstances. She added, watching as Izuku jumped from the carcass of a machine in search of another. On the battlefield, Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the adrenaline rush through his veins. With a bomb in hand, he quickly assessed the environment, searching for his next target. A one-point robot appeared to his right, advancing rapidly. Without hesitation, Izuku threw the bomb directly at the machine's head. The controlled explosion instantly disabled the robot, which crashed heavily to the ground. Izuku, and there goes another one. He exclaimed excitedly, already looking for the next challenge. Turning a corner, he came across two two-point robots that immediately aimed at the green-haired boy. They moved in sync, trying to surround him. Izuku sprinted toward a nearby building, using his agility to climb a fire escape. From above, he assessed the robots' positions and then he leaped onto the first one, driving the claws of his metal gloves into the machine's head, slicing through it like butter and disabling it. Using the inert robot's body as a springboard, he launched himself toward the second one, repeating the motion directly into the machine's eye, securing another 4 points. Izuku, 10. That makes 10 now. He quickly calculated, feeling his confidence grow as he jumped off the machine that was about to crash to the ground. Continuing his search, he heard the distinct sound of heavy gears. A 3-point robot emerged from an alley, its massive structure not only destroying the passage but also casting an intimidating shadow. Izuku knew he needed a strategic approach. Recalling a trick he had played with Fury during training, he zigzagged, making it harder for the robot to aim as its single eye tracked him. Moving in fast, he hurled a bomb directly at the machine's knee joint. The explosion threw the robot off balance, causing it to topple. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku climbed onto its metallic arm and, with a precise slash of his claws, disabled the central core in the robot's head. Izuku, 13 down. He whispered, breathing but determined as he pulled his arm out of the machine. In the distance, he heard the metallic sound of another robot approaching. A 2-point robot appeared at the end of the street, chasing a candidate who was struggling to evade its attacks. Without hesitation, Izuku dashed forward. With a leap, he threw a bomb at the side of the robot, and upon impact, the device exploded, disabling one of its mechanical legs. Before the machine could adjust its stance, Izuku landed in front of it, slashing down with his metal claws in a lethal strike, shutting it down. The candidate, surprised, widened her eyes. Izuku, sorry. I needed those points. Izuku didn't wait for any thanks and was already running off again, back on the hunt for more targets. Elsewhere in the field, a robust candidate used his quirk to reinforce his fists, punching a 1-point robot and managing to disable it with some difficulty. As he turned, ready to face another opponent, he witnessed Izuku approaching a 3-point robot. The green-haired boy slid across the ground, positioning himself behind the machine. With a swift motion, he tossed 2 bombs simultaneously, one at the robot's shoulder joint and the other at its center. The consecutive explosions made the machine falter. Izuku took the opening, climbed its side, and drove his claws directly into the automaton's optical sensor, shutting it down instantly. DMN. That was sick, bro. The candidate praised Izuku's move. Hearing this, Izuku raised a thumbs up before sprinting off again. Ida was speeding ahead at full force, focused on a 2-point robot 2 streets away, which had also locked onto him. Using his propulsion technique, he prepared to land a precise kick. However, just as he was about to strike, a bomb hit the robot's head as it passed the street ahead and detonated, leaving only smoldering debris on the ground. Tenya, what? he exclaimed, coming to a sudden halt. Izuku, 20. I hit 20. He shouted while running in another direction, already looking for a new target, while Ida could only stand there in stunned surprise at seeing Izuku destroy the robot ahead of him. Every one of Izuku's moves was being closely observed by the teachers in the monitoring room. Toshinori's initial surprise gradually gave way to a sense of restrained pride. Though concern still lingered in his eyes, deep down he couldn't help but be impressed, a strange mix of admiration and pride growing within him. "Nizu, I didn't know your son could do that, Toshinori," he commented with an enigmatic smile. Izuku didn't stop. He ran, jumped, strategically launched bombs, and destroyed every machine in his path. His internal counter had already reached 25 points. Further ahead, he spotted a group of candidates struggling against a 3-point robot. The problem? They were too busy arguing over who had seen the robot first and who should get the points. Izuku quickly analyzed the scene and formed a plan. Accelerating, he used the debris of fallen robots around him as stepping stones to leap toward the machine. Mid-air, he spun his body and threw a bomb that exploded at the base of the robot's leg, making it lose balance. Then he landed on the machine's shoulder and drove his claws straight into its head. The robot shut down instantly. The surrounding candidates stood there, stunned. "Hey, that was mine," one of them shouted as Izuku ran off in another direction. Izuku, 28. He ignored the other candidates, who were now outraged. With a determined look, he spotted 2 1-point robots at the corner. Without hesitation, he charged toward them. Dodging the machine's arm attacks, he moved between them, causing them to hit each other. Then he launched his last 2 bombs. The explosions were precise. Both robots collapsed, deactivated. Izuku, 30. Izuku smiled, feeling the sweat drip down his forehead. He stopped for a moment, observing the wreckage of the machines ahead of him, feeling not only impressed with himself but also pleased that he wasn't falling behind. End of soundtrack. And 302 in the U. The monitoring room, the teachers were closely observing the candidates' performance in the practical exam. Toshinori, still shocked to see his son Izuku participating in the test, voiced his concern. Insert soundtrack, 1600 men, Thomas Newman. Toshinori, can someone tell me what Izuku is doing here? How did he end up there? He asked, pointing at the screen and staring at the other teachers. "Cementos, I saw him during the written exam. He finished in 15 minutes. I thought you had approved his admission to you, All Might," he explained calmly. "Toshinori, I approved it for other courses, not the hero ones. Power loader. If I may say, even though the boy is quirkless, he's doing well with the equipment he developed. 13. You should be proud, All Might. Your son is showing great potential. He's already taken down over 30. Aizawa, I'd say he's taking too many risks," he said, neutrally watching Izuku. "Being quirkless makes the battlefield far more dangerous for people like him, no matter how brave they are. That kid should consider that," he added, impassively, arms crossed. Toshinori remained silent, visibly uneasy. As the countdown showed 3 minutes left in the exam, 𝐬𝐶𝐫 decided it was time to introduce the 0-pointer. "Nizu, time to release the 0-pointer." His words made Toshinori's eyes widen in shock. "Toshinori, B-boss, please don't do this. Izuku is still out there." "Nizu, calm down, Toshinori." Mike informed the candidates that defeating the 0-pointer grants no points. "I'm sure Izuku will step back along with the others." With that, 𝐬𝐶𝐫 opened a control panel on the monitors and pressed a red button, initiating the release of the 0-pointer onto the battlefield. And as we all know, the 0-pointer is not just an obstacle. It's a test. On the battlefield, the candidates felt the ground tremble violently. Nearby buildings began to crack, some even collapsing, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Izuku, breathing after his recent efforts, looked around, trying to identify the source of the commotion. When he lifted his gaze, his heart nearly stopped. A colossal machine, the 0-pointer, was advancing steadily, crushing structures beneath its feet. The massive robot raised its fist and slammed it into the ground, sending a wave of dust and debris flying. The impact forced Izuku to shield his eyes, while the powerful wind almost knocked him off his feet. As the dust began to settle, he noticed the other candidates running in panic, desperately trying to escape the imminent threat. Among them, Ida cast a concerned glance at Izuku, who remained frozen, but ultimately chose to continue his escape, leaving the green-haired boy behind. In the monitoring room, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 zero-pointer pushed him into a state of deep anxiety. "𝐶𝐮𝐹, get out of there. Come a move," he thought, standing rigid, clenching his teeth and trembling. "Present Mike, only 2 minutes left in the exam," he announced loudly enough for everyone to hear. His words snapped Izuku out of his trance. He was preparing to retreat, following the example of the others. He was about to run when 𝐶𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, arg. A muffled sound of pain caught his attention, making him stop in his tracks. There was no mistaking that voice. Turning around, he saw Ochako, her leg trapped under rubble, looking too exhausted to get up or too hurt to run. And worst of all, there was no one around to help. That sight made Izuku's eyes widen automatically, and he forgot the fear he'd felt when seeing the zero-pointer. Without hesitation, even with the huge danger before him, Izuku took a few steps forward. "𝐶𝐮𝐹, no, Izuku no." He watched what Izuku was doing and began to panic. It only worsened when Izuku started to quicken his pace and ran towards Ochako. "Izuku, Uraraka," he yelled as he sprinted in her direction. "𝐶𝐮𝐹, 𝐴𝐻." Seeing his son's decision, panic grew along with desperation, making everyone in the room stare at him with wide eyes. As he continued running at full speed, Izuku noticed the zero-pointer was just a few steps away. That is, he realized there was still a chance to prevent Ochako from being stepped on. It didn't take long for him to reach her, and she noticed his presence as he ran toward her. "Ochako, Yagi no, you need to get out of here. It's too dangerous," she said as Izuku stopped in front of her. "Izuku, I'm not leaving without you." No. He tried to lift the chunk of concrete trapping Ochako's leg, using all the strength he had. With tremendous effort, he managed to move the rubble enough to free her. "Can you get up?" As he helped her to her feet, he noticed she had twisted her ankle and couldn't walk. "Ochako, I can't run," she said, the pain clear in her voice. "Izuku, here, come with me." Determined, he picked her up in his arms, using all his strength to lift her off the ground, which not only surprised her but also made her blush. "Let's go." With her in his arms, Izuku used all his speed to move them both away from the robot. However, even though he was running as fast as he could, the zero-pointer was still much closer than they had imagined, its colossal shadow engulfing them. The robot raised its arm, ready to strike the ground again. Ochako saw this and panicked. Combining the strength of the machine, the shockwave, and their proximity, the result would be devastating for Izuku. "Ochako, white eye!" she screamed desperately, causing Izuku to look back and understand what the robot was about to do. With no other options, Izuku sat down on the ground and wrapped his arms around Ochako, trying to shield her with his own body for the impending impact. Instinctively bracing to protect her, not caring for his own well-being. "Izuku, close your eyes," he shouted, preparing for the incoming blow. Ochako, even in the face of danger, widened her eyes. The warmth of his body surrounded her, and her heart raced as she realized he wasn't thinking of himself, he was willing to sacrifice himself for her. Nevertheless, she followed his instructions, hugging him back, ready for the wind impact. Then, suddenly an impact came. But not toward them. It was a deafening crash that echoed above. The impact sounded like a punch hitting the robot's face, and for a brief moment, everything seemed to freeze. Then, a monstrous shockwave swept the field, dispersing the dust in all directions. The deafening noise echoed throughout the entire simulated city, drawing the attention of both Izuku and Ochako. The metal of the zero-pointer screeched loudly, as if screaming in protest against the overwhelming force of whoever delivered that punch. Cracks spread across its colossal face before it was thrown backward with brutal force. Its gigantic body flew for dozens of meters, crashing into an abandoned building, which imploded under the weight of the defeated machine. The robot fell, lifeless, its red sensor lights flickering out. And that left the young ones stunned. And then, in the center of the destruction, someone landed in front of them. And that someone was All Might, who landed with a powerful impact in front of Izuku and 𝐻𝐿, a gust of air spreading around him. His gaze was serious, his fists still clenched. As the dust began to settle, the imposing figure of All Might became visible, hovering between them and the massive fallen robot. The #1 hero had punched the zero-pointer with such force that he knocked it down, saving them at the last moment. All Might, are you guys okay? His powerful voice asked, but there was a note of concern in it. Tuko, All Might, you saved us, she said, tears of relief streaming down her face. Izuku, on the other hand, felt a mix of emotions. Relief at being alive, gratitude that 𝐻𝐿 was safe, but also apprehension as he faced his father, who now stood before him as the hero All Might. The other candidates, who had moved away, began to notice the presence of the hero from afar. It's All Might. He's here. Did you see what he did? With one punch and he took that thing down. Those shouts were of surprise and admiration directed at the hero. However, All Might paid no attention to them, as he slowly turned his eyes toward Izuku. There was an intensity in that gaze, and the boy understood it. None of those young candidates, not even 𝐻𝐿, were aware. But they were all in the middle of a conflict that was about to unfold between father and son, who were still staring at each other, while the exam. Present mic. Time's up. The exam is over. 20 minutes later, restroom. The restroom was silent. Izuku sat on one of the sofas, his right foot nervously tapping while his fingers drummed on his thigh. It had been 20 minutes since the end of the practical exam, and his mind wouldn't stop spinning. He was worried about 𝐻𝐿. The impact of the fall and the tension of the moment still echoed in his head. In addition, his heart weighed heavy as he thought about his father discovering that he had participated in the exam without consulting him. The door creaked open, and 𝐶𝐻𝐿 entered the room. His expression was rigid and disappointed. Izuku swallowed hard upon seeing that. Izuku, how is 𝐸𝐸? He asked quickly, trying to dissipate the heavy air. 𝐶𝐻𝐿, she's fine. Recovery girl already took care of her. She just needs a little rest before leaving. He replied straightforwardly, but without changing his expression. Clearly, his tone and gaze indicated he wasn't there to talk about 𝐻𝐿. Izuku noticed that immediately. Izuku, Dad, he was about to explain, but was interrupted. 𝐶𝐻𝐿, how could you do this to me? We agreed you would apply to other courses at 𝐴. Izuku, he exclaimed, frustrated. His words made Izuku clench his fists and stand up from the sofa. Izuku, agreed. I didn't agree to anything. You decided that, not me. I never agreed to that, he said, staring his father in the eyes, making 𝐶𝐻𝐿 briefly close his eyes, taking a deep breath to contain his own irritation. 𝐶𝐻𝐿, you could have hurt yourself. Or worse. His voice gained intensity. You could have died out there. Izuku, but I didn't die. And I didn't get hurt either. I managed. Didn't you see? I defeated some robots, Dad. I handled it with the gear I created myself, he said, pointing to his backpack on the sofa, implying that the equipment he used was inside. 𝐶𝐻𝐿, you made gear without telling me. You did this behind my back, he asked, incredulous and disapproving. Izuku, because I knew you'd try to stop me, he retorted, his voice full of frustration. And now you're mad because I was right. 𝐶𝐻𝐿, Izuku. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 ran a hand over his face, visibly exhausted. What's your problem? He exclaimed, his patience running thin. Izuku, my problem. What's your problem? Izuku took a step forward. I just want to be a hero, like everyone else. Like you. 𝐶𝐻𝐿, I don't want you to be like me, he said, deepening his voice. Not like the others either. You need to stop trying to be something you're not. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Izuku felt something break inside him. Izuku, so that's it. His voice trembled with anger and hurt. You're only like this because mom is gone, right? 𝐻𝗬𝗓𝗓. He didn't say anything, just stared at the floor. Insert soundtrack. To the cemetery, Marco Beltrami. Izuku, you've always been overprotective, but now you just want to lock me in a bubble. Izuku felt his throat tighten, but didn't back down. Dad, don't you see? I can take care of myself. Even without a quirk. You have to accept that I have the same dreams as you. I want to grow and be someone. I want my own path as a hero. He looked his father directly in the eyes as he said it, and asked the question that had been pounding in his mind all along. Can't I be a hero because of this? 𝐻𝗬𝗓𝗓 clenched his fists, and before he could hold himself back, he shouted, 𝐻𝗬𝗓𝗓, no, you can't. Accept reality. He yelled in his son's face, making Izuku step back. The silence that followed was deafening. Those words hit Izuku like a blow. He took a deep breath, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to fall from his eyes. Without saying another word, he grabbed his backpack from the sofa and headed toward the door. Before leaving, he cast one last look at his father. Izuku, thanks for your honesty. His voice was low, but filled with hurt. He left, slamming the door behind him. 𝐻𝗬𝗓𝗓 stayed in the room, feeling the weight of his words. He sat on the sofa where Izuku had been moments before, resting his elbows on his knees and covering his face with his hands. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he reflected on the impact of his actions on his relationship with his son. 𝗏𝗡𝗡 Forest. The afternoon sun shone brightly in the sky. The gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of the vegetation, while the distant sound of birds completed the serenity of the environment. Near the small pond, Fury quenched his thirst, dipping his snout into the water. The dragon, in the utmost serenity. When suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing broke the tranquility. Izuku emerged from between the trees, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and sadness. Without hesitation, he threw his backpack to the ground with force, making a thud echo. Izuku, is this how you see me then? He shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. So you see me as someone fragile then? He yelled as he kicked the backpack, releasing some of his frustration. No matter how hard I try, it's never enough for him. Fury, confused grunt. Fury raised his head, his ears catching the shouts of his friend. With a low grunt, he cautiously approached, watching Izuku with attentive eyes. Izuku, I gave everything I had in that exam. He saw that I defeated those robots. He continued, running his hands through his hair in frustration. But to him, I'll always be weak, a useless quirkless. He sees me the way others see me. 𝗧𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗓. The pain in his words was evident. Izuku clenched his fists, yelling in the anger that boiled within him, and punched the trunk of a nearby tree. The wood cracked under the impact, and the sharp pain in his finger joints brought a momentary sense of relief for venting his frustration and rage against the trunk. However, it also made his legs go weak. Not from the pain, but from the sadness and hurt. And the only thing that could be heard from Izuku as he knelt were sighs trying to hold back a potential cry. Fury, concerned grunt. Fury, noticing Izuku's emotional state, let out a worried sound, moving even closer. This made Izuku turn around, meeting the dragon's concerned gaze. Izuku, Fury. He sighed, trying to force a smile. Sorry about this. You have nothing to do with my problems. Fury, The dragon tilted his head, his eyes reflecting empathy. Izuku, He began, but his voice failed him. I just wanted him to see how hard I try, how much I want to be a hero. Tears began to stream down Izuku's face, and Fury, in response, moved even closer, gently resting his head on the shoulder of his human friend. Izuku, it's okay. It's nothing, buddy. He reassured, gently petting the soft scales on Fury's head. It's nothing. After a few moments of shared silence, Izuku wiped his tears and tried to compose himself. Izuku, oh man. I totally forgot to buy more fish for you. he said, slapping his forehead. I'll go to the nearest fish market and be right back, okay? He asked as he stood up. When Izuku started to walk away, Fury quickly moved to stand in front of him, blocking his path. Izuku, what's up, buddy? He asked, confused. I'm going to get your food. Fury, persistent grunt. Fury spread his wings, fully extending them, and let out a loud grunt, trying to communicate something. Izuku, you want me to see your wings? He asked, tilting his head. They look fine to me. Your injuries have healed for a while now, to be honest. That's good, right? He asked, petting the dragon's head before trying to pass by the creature, who stared at him incredulously. But Fury stood his ground, blocking his path. Izuku, Fury, I already said. I promise I won't take long. He said, attempting to pass by the dragon again. Fury, incredulous grunt. Frustrated with Izuku's lack of understanding, Fury let out a sigh through his nostrils, about to make a decision on his own. Before Izuku could react, the dragon grabbed the hood of the boy's sweatshirt with his teeth, and with a powerful flap of his wings, took off, flying off with Izuku in tow. Insert soundtrack. Test drive, John Powell. As Fury took flight, holding Izuku by the hoodie, the young man felt and saw the ground rapidly recede from beneath his feet and his reach. The wind whipped against his face, and the landscape below became an indistinguishable patchwork, which terrified him. Izuku, Fury, what are you doing? Put me down. He shouted, panic evident in his voice. Fury, determined, ignored Izuku's protests and, with a swift movement of his head, gently launched him into the air, positioning him on his back. Instinctively, Izuku clung to the dragon's neck, his eyes wide as he observed the great height they were at. Izuku, this is crazy. Oh my god. Let's go down, please. He pleaded, his voice trembling. Fury, exasperated grunt. Fury rolled his eyes, letting out a grunt that sounded like frustration. Until he began to smile, as if he had come up with an idea. Suddenly, the dragon dove abruptly, heading towards the sea. Izuku let out a high-pitched scream, holding on with all his might as the wind roared around them while they descended rapidly. The ocean surface approached quickly, reflecting the sky above like a liquid mirror. At the last moment, Fury spread his wings, leveling the flight and tapping the water's surface with the tips of his claws. They glided gracefully, leaving a trail of white foam behind them. Before Izuku could catch his breath after the long scream, Fury dived into the depths, enveloping them in a world of bubbles, currents, and cold water. Rising quickly, the dragon repeated the maneuver twice more, each dive eliciting nervous screams from Izuku and laughter from Fury. On the third time they broke the surface, the young man, drenched and breathing, tried to scold his friend. Izuku, this is not funny, you got that, Fury? Almost. His voice faltered as he realized something. As they glided over the water, Izuku saw his reflection next to Fury's, both in perfect harmony. At the same time, he saw where Fury had taken him and what he was offering the young man. The feeling of freedom, the bond between them, it all started to make sense. A shy smile appeared on his face. Izuku, oh my. Oh. Fury let out a satisfied grunt, flapping his wings hard and rising back into the sky. This time, they broke through the clouds, emerging into a sea of white cotton under a blue sky. Izuku couldn't help but let out a genuine laugh, feeling the adrenaline and joy pulse through his veins. Izuku, this is amazing, Fury. I've never felt the wind hit my hair like this. He exclaimed, petting the dragon's head. Suddenly, a distant sound caught his attention. Looking ahead, Izuku saw a commercial plane rapidly approaching. Izuku, Fury, look out. Plane ahead. He shouted, terrified. Fury reacted instantly, banking to the left and narrowly avoiding the aircraft. However, the sharp maneuver caused Izuku to lose his balance. With a scream, he slid across the wet scales and began to fall. Izuku, Fury! He screamed, panic returning as he saw the ground coming up fast. The dragon, feeling the absence of Izuku's weight, looked down and saw him falling quickly toward the ground. Seeing this, Fury dove toward his falling friend. The wind roared in Izuku's ears, and the world below him was coming up too fast, especially the treetops of the forest, which only added to his terror. But in the midst of the chaos, he heard Fury's roar and saw him approaching with a confident look. "Izuku, Fury," he whispered, extending his hand. "Fury, determined roar." With one last move, Fury reached Izuku, allowing the young man to grab tightly onto his neck. Without wasting any time, the dragon spread his wings, slowing their fall and skillfully avoiding the approaching trees. "Izuku, to the right." Done and done. Fury heard and did what Izuku said, narrowly dodging a tree ahead of them. However, there were more obstacles ahead, and that made Izuku narrow his eyes. "Izuku, go left." Done and done. Fury followed the command. "Right again." A little lower. He directed, and the dragon obeyed, making them both pass between trunks and branches at high speed with great style. "Go higher." Fury followed the commands precisely, rising and falling as needed, until they finally broke through the tree line, soaring back into the open sky. Above the clouds, they continued flying, with Izuku quite out of breath and Fury relieved. Looking back, after noticing everything they had just done, a laugh escaped Izuku's lips, growing into a full-blown chuckle. Fury joined in with a joyful roar, sharing in the euphoria of the moment. "Izuku, 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐻." He yelled in euphoria with his hands raised. Art made by 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 569. If you have any questions, please contact 𝐻𝐼𝐴. As for Fury, he responded by shooting a burst of fire into the air, creating a luminous display against the blue sky. "Izuku, oh no. Give me a break," he said, incredulous at what Fury had just done, while the remnants of Fury's fire slowly approached them. Especially Izuku. Insert soundtrack, BLD Oath, Benjamin Wallfish. Minutes later, Fury gracefully landed on the forest floor, near the lake where they always meet, his large wings beating softly to slow down the flight. Izuku dismounted from the dragon's back, still feeling his heart race from the experience. "Izuku, wow. That was amazing, Fury," he exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. "No, seriously. That was incredible. Especially when I fell when that plane showed up, and then you came and saved me." He laughed nervously, still processing the adrenaline. "And then we were dodging the trees. And I gotta say, you're really good at flying, Fury. I almost got dizzy back there." Fury let out a satisfied grunt, shaking his head as if proud of himself. "Izuku, Fury, thank you for letting me fly with you." He placed a hand on his chest as a sign of gratitude. "I really needed that, seriously. I didn't expect flying like that to make me." He stopped talking as he finally noticed something. He noticed that Fury was flying without showing any signs of pain. "Izuku, you can fly again?" he asked, stepping closer to the dragon and gently petting his head. "That's great, buddy. You can fly again. That's great." Although happy for his friend's recovery, a shadow of concern crossed Izuku's face. He feared that now that Fury was recovered, the dragon might decide to return to his family, his home, or go his own. In other words, leave Izuku behind. Fury, confused, grunted. "Izuku, I understand, Fury," he said, forcing a smile. "You have your own life and maybe you need to go." He slowly moved away, picking up his backpack from the ground. Before leaving, he turned to Fury one last time. "Izuku, take care, Fury," he said with a melancholic smile. "Don't forget me, okay?" With a sigh, Izuku began to walk away, his steps slow and hesitant. He didn't want to, but he knew something like this could happen, and the faster it happened, the better. Fury, watching Izuku walk away, felt a pang of sadness. He looked up at the sky, his eyes reflecting a distant and melancholic gaze. Then, the creature looked back at Izuku, who was walking away with his head down. Remembering the past 2 months when Fury had been cared for, fed, and welcomed by Izuku, the dragon seemed to have made a decision. "Fury," soft grunt. With a low grunt, Fury approached Izuku, catching his attention. Izuku turned, surprised to see Fury in front of him. Izuku, Fury. What are you doing? He asked, confused. What happened? Fury didn't need to respond with words or even a simple grunt, but with a loving gesture. He placed his head on Izuku's right hand, gently lifting it until it was above his snout. Once this was done, Fury did something that left Izuku deeply moved. The dragon closed his eyes, conveying not only a sense of peace and trust but also a sound that resembled purring. Izuku, touched by the gesture, felt 2 tears sliding down his face. He gently stroked Fury's snout, realizing that the dragon had made a choice. He chose to stay by his side. Izuku, Fury. He whispered, his voice choking up. I don't know what Hiccup's expectations were with these dragons. How he met them and what his story with them was, and how it ended. But one thing I know. They are amazing, said the Izuku narrator while our Izuku remained with his hand on Fury's snout. My best friend is truly amazing, Izuku. Thank you, my friend. Fury kept his eyes closed, allowing Izuku's hand to remain on his snout. Together, they stayed like that for a long moment, sharing a comfortable silence and a deep connection. April had arrived. The sun was already shining gently in the sky, painting the streets with a pleasant golden light. The city was coming to life with its usual sounds, birds singing, car engines humming, and the murmur of people starting another day of routine. Inside her room, 𝐻𝐼𝐻 was almost ready to leave. Wearing the uniform, she smoothed out the last creases in her skirt while looking at herself in the mirror. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She adjusted her tie, turning slightly to check her reflection from different angles. She wanted to be in perfect shape for today, the day her dreams would begin. 𝐻𝐼𝐻, okay, the first part is done. Now it's for real, she said to herself, putting on a determined expression before leaving her room. Rushing down the stairs, she found her parents sitting in the kitchen, enjoying the first meal of the day. Mrs. Uraraka, whose name was Chisa, wore a floral apron while finishing up an extra bowl of rice. Meanwhile, her husband, Kotsu Uraraka, was on his phone, talking to someone. Kotsu, yes, of course. I'll prepare a team. Just confirm the location one more time, please. He asked while 𝐻𝐼𝐻 passed by them. 𝐻𝐼𝐻, bye guys. Love you, she said quickly, about to head for the door. Chisa, hee. Hold on, young lady. Why are you in such a hurry? She asked, happy to see her daughter's enthusiasm. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 stopped at the kitchen entrance. 𝐻𝐼𝐻, I just don't want to be late, Mom. The first day is one of the most important, and I want to make a good impression. Kotsu, just a moment, please. He said to his client on the phone, covering the speaker to talk to his daughter. That's the spirit, my gravity girl. I love to hear that, he exclaimed, proud of his daughter's attitude. She giggled. Chisa, and take care of yourself, okay? No spending the whole day just snacking, especially on matchas. 𝐻𝐼𝐻, come on. Kotsu, and be careful, especially with any boys out there. 𝐻𝐼𝐻, all right. She agreed with a chuckle before turning around. Chisa, wait a minute. Where's our hug? She asked, arms open, waiting for her daughter's embrace. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 laughed, feeling warmed by her parents' affection. She walked over to her mother and hugged her briefly, then did the same with her father, hugging him quickly but with care. 𝐻𝐼𝐻, see you later. I promise I'll take care of myself, was all she said before heading out of the kitchen. Chisa, good luck at school. Kotsu, and show everyone how amazing the Uraraka family is, he added enthusiastically. Still smiling, 𝐻𝐼𝐻 made her way to the entrance, bending down to put on her shoes, an automatic, habitual gesture. Once done, she straightened up and opened the door, greeted by the fresh morning air. The sky was clear, with only a few scattered clouds. The quiet neighborhood streets had just a few neighbors heading to work or taking their children to school. In other words, everything was normal. Walking along the sidewalk, she followed her usual path to the gate. However, instead of heading straight to school, she turned toward the house next door, the Yagi family's residence. Since the entrance exam, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 hadn't had many opportunities to talk to Izuku. At most, she occasionally ran into Mr. Yagi, Toshinori, whenever he stepped outside to buy something or simply answered the door. Every time she asked about Izuku, the response was always something like, "Toshinori, sorry, he left early today," he would say with a kind smile, though there was always a hint of sadness in his eyes. This happened so often that 𝐻𝐿𝐼 started wondering if Izuku was avoiding his house on purpose. She wanted to properly thank him for what he did for her during the exam, but she never got the chance to see him. Maybe today would be her chance. With this thought in mind, she approached the Yagi household gate and pressed the doorbell. The chime echoed lightly inside the house, and she waited patiently, glancing around. As always, nothing out of the ordinary. She adjusted the strap of her backpack and shuffled her feet slightly, trying to shake off her nerves. Not that she was anxious to talk to Izuku, well, maybe a little, but mostly because she didn't know how he would react to seeing her there. Seconds passed. Nothing. No sound from inside the house. This made her frown slightly as she waited a little longer before pressing the doorbell again. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, are they still asleep? No, by now, one of them should already be up to answer the door, she thought, even pressing her ear against the door, hoping to hear some footsteps. However, all she received was more silence. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 sighed, stepping back and looking up at the house's windows. No lights on, no movement. The feeling that no one was home grew inside her. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, looks like he left early again, she thought, realizing the house was empty. She ran a hand through her hair, letting out a sigh. She didn't want to be late for school, so she decided to give up for now. Turning away, she began walking toward the school, still deep in thought. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, maybe Yagi is already at you. Yeah, that's likely. But what has he been up to lately? She wondered as the morning breeze lightly brushed through her hair. The day was just beginning and maybe, just maybe, she would finally get the chance to thank Izuku the way she wanted. Building after crossing the city by train, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 walked through the wide hallways of U, her footsteps echoing lightly as she searched for Class 1A. The building was impressive on the outside, and no different on the inside. After turning a corner and walking a bit further, she spotted a plaque that read 1A. Alongside it was a significantly large door, standing out due to its imposing presence. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, I've never seen a door this big, she thought, feeling a mix of admiration and nervousness. Gathering her courage, she grabbed the handle and slid the door open, which creaked slightly. As she stepped inside, she was met with a scene that she never expected to see on her very first day. Deku was slouching in his seat with his feet up on the desk while 𝐻𝐿𝐼 was energetically reprimanding him. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, if I were you, I'd take my feet off immediately. Putting your feet on the desk shows a complete lack of respect for the facilities and your classmates, he said, gesturing rigidly. 𝐵𝑘𝐿𝐼, and who are you to tell me what to do, Four Eyes? He shot back, not even bothering to move his feet. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, I am 𝐻𝐿𝐼. I come from 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐼 Academy, and as a representative of the student elite, it is my duty to maintain order. 𝐵𝑘𝐿𝐼, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐼 Academy? So, you're some stuck-up rich extra. I can't wait to smash your face in, he said with a malicious grin. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, smash my face. How dare you say that to your classmate? Especially in a hero course. The shock and disbelief were evident on Ida's face, stunned by 𝐵𝑘𝐿𝐼's hostility. The other students watched in silence, avoiding getting involved in the argument, which was far from over. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 quietly entered and approached a girl with peculiar features, resembling a frog. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, excuse me. The girl turned to her. What exactly is going on here? 𝐶𝐿, it looks like that blonde guy is causing trouble by putting his feet on the desk, and the guy with glasses didn't like it. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, I see. By the way, I'm 𝐻𝐿𝐼 Uraraka. 𝐶𝐿, nice to meet you. I'm 𝐶𝐿 Azui, but you can call me Tsu. She introduced herself with a smile. As they exchanged introductions, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 glanced around, searching for someone in particular. Not seeing Izuku anywhere, she realized that all the seats, except one, were already taken. 𝐶𝐿, are you looking for someone? she asked, noticing Ochako's focused gaze. Ochako, oh yeah, I'm looking for a friend, but I don't see him here. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐻, what does he look like? Before they could continue the conversation, a sharp scream echoed through the room. 𝐿𝐼𝐻 what is that? He exclaimed in shock, pointing at the doorway. All eyes turned to the door, where a man wrapped in a sleeping bag stood with a bored expression. Aizawa, I was wondering when you all were going to stop with the shouting, he said, slowly emerging from the sleeping bag and letting it drop to the floor. The students exchanged glances, confused and curious about the identity of this man. Aizawa, my name is Shota Aizawa. I will be your homeroom teacher, he said in a tired, monotone voice. Sato, he's our teacher. Kirishima, is he a pro hero too? Mina, I don't recognize him. Surprise spread through the room, murmurs filling the air as the students wondered what kind of hero he could be. Aizawa, this may seem sudden, but I want everyone at the training field. Put these on in the locker room, he said, pulling a gym uniform from his sleeping bag and tossing it into the arms of a spiky-haired blonde boy. I'll be waiting. Don't be late. That was all he said before leaving the room. Kaminari, what? He asked, holding the uniform with a confused expression. Shoji, has class already started? He asked, puzzled as he got up along with the other students, including Bakugo. Kyoka, I think so. Ojiro, weird, I could have sworn there would be an entrance ceremony. Still processing the information, the students stood up from their seats and left the room one by one. As Ochako followed them down the hallway, she couldn't help but wonder about Izuku's whereabouts. Ochako, where could Yagi be? She thought, glancing through the glass windows, taking in the vastness of U.S. campus. U.S. auditorium in U.S. main auditorium. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation and excitement. Students from various courses occupied the rows of seats, awaiting the official start of their journey at Japan's most prestigious academy. Among them, Izuku sat alongside his classmates, maintaining his composure while wearing a faintly content expression. At the front, on the stage, a row of teachers and pro-heroes stood. Renowned figures such as Midnight, 13, Present Mike, Vlad King, Power Loader, Cementos, Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, and, at the center, All Might, the symbol of peace. At the central podium stood a peculiar figure. 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸's principal, whose appearance resembled a mix of various animals. Climbing up a small staircase to reach the podium, 𝐒𝐮𝐦 adjusted the microphone with a warm smile and began his speech. 𝐒𝐮𝐦, good morning everyone. Welcome to U.S. My name is 𝐒𝐮𝐦, and I am the principal, he exclaimed, raising his right paw cheerfully as he greeted the students. 𝐒𝐮𝐦, it is with great joy that we welcome each of you, future heroes, inventors, entrepreneurs, and professionals dedicated to advancing our society. As 𝐒𝐮𝐦 spoke, Izuku couldn't help but glance at his father, All Might. The memory of their recent argument was still fresh in his mind. Izuku's eyes reflected a mix of hurt and disappointment. Meanwhile, All Might turned his head slightly, and for a brief moment, their gazes met. All Might's expression remained serene with his usual smile, but internally he felt a pang of regret, which became more evident as he lowered his head slight, something that went unnoticed by everyone. Insert soundtrack. Together, we map the world. John Powell start. 118 𝐒𝐮𝐦. I congratulate all of you for securing a place in our institution. I know some of you may have aspired to the hero course, but I want to emphasize that every department here is vital to the harmonious functioning of our country. Whether in the support course, business course, or general studies, each of you has an essential role to play at U.S. And we are here to create a better world together. 𝐒𝐮𝐦's words caught Izuku's attention. Diverting his gaze from his father, he focused on the principal again, absorbing every word, while All Might sighed and lowered his eyes. 𝐒𝐮𝐦, during your time at U.S., you will be challenged to surpass your limits, collaborate with one another, and grow not just as professionals but as individuals. Our classes are structured to provide you with both the theoretical knowledge and practical experience needed to thrive in your respective fields. As 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴 detailed the curriculum and continued his speech about how things would work, Izuku noticed something peculiar. In the rows reserved for the hero courses Class 1A, 20 seats were empty. In front of them, the business course students were present, and behind them, the general studies students. The absence of Class 1A students intrigued Izuku, especially since the students of Hero Course 1B were present in the auditorium. But he decided not to let it distract him for now, even though it had caught his attention. Suddenly, a faint noise caught his attention. Turning discreetly, he saw the back door of the auditorium close softly. Looking to the side, Izuku noticed that one of the seats among his classmates was now empty. Curious, he leaned toward the student next to him. "Izuku, excuse me, do you know who was sitting there?" "Oh, I think it was that weird pink-haired girl. She must have left for some reason," one of his classmates whispered. In the middle of the principal's speech. "Is she crazy or something?" Another student, this time a girl, whispered in disbelief. Feeling a growing sense of unease, Izuku decided to act. He stood up slowly and whispered to his classmate. "Izuku, excuse me, I'll be right back. Just heading to the bathroom." Without waiting for a response, Izuku slipped past his classmates and walked toward the auditorium's side exit. As he opened the door, he cast one last glance at the stage before stepping outside, making sure not to move too abruptly and draw attention. All Might discreetly observed his son's movements. Though curious about what he was doing, he remained in place, not only to avoid raising suspicion among the students but also to respect Izuku's space. From a distance, Izuku watched the weird girl turn a corner, walking quickly. He didn't want to be too obvious, but he had a feeling she was heading somewhere specific, which piqued his curiosity. She seemed so focused that she hadn't even noticed his presence. He began walking, maintaining a reasonable distance while keeping an eye on her, wondering what she was up to, even following her up the stairs. As she climbed, he could hear murmuring coming from her direction. "It's around here somewhere. It must be this way," she muttered to herself in an excited voice. Izuku couldn't help but be intrigued. The girl spoke as if she were on some kind of important mission. He tried calling out to her, but, unsurprisingly, didn't work. "Izuku, hello." He attempted to get her attention, but since she was so absorbed in her own world and given the considerable distance, it seemed like she either didn't hear him or simply didn't care. With that, he decided to keep following her, still wondering where she was headed. When they reached the top of the stairs, she turned down a different hallway. Izuku hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed her, now more cautious. He watched as she entered a room with a visible sign that read, "Support Room." That made Izuku stop suddenly. He was about to step forward and enter, but then, a loud explosion sounded from outside. Izuku quickly turned and looked through the glass window of 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴. In the training field, he saw the students of 1A in action. The explosion had come from Bakugo, who had just thrown a ball into the air, probably as part of some kind of test. "Izuku, they're training. Why aren't they at the entrance ceremony?" he thought, feeling a slight confusion growing in his mind. Observing more closely, he could recognize three figures. Bakugo Ida, and, of course, Ochako was also among those students. Seeing her there, he felt a mix of emotions. Happiness that she had managed to get in and a bit of sadness that he couldn't be there with them. This feeling became even stronger when he spotted Bakugo. Of course, he would be there. Wanting to push aside those emotions and negative thoughts, he quickly refocused on the reason he was there. With one last glance outside, he turned his attention back to what was ahead and decided to step into the support course's classroom. As he entered, the atmosphere changed completely. The space was filled with equipment of all kinds, tools, materials for creation and development. Workbenches were covered with various tools, and the walls were adorned with sketches and prototypes. The place felt alive, full of possibilities. The girl, clearly excited, let her voice out in pure enthusiasm. She looked around at the prototypes and equipment, making enthusiastic comments. "Wonderful! Marvelous! They have everything here. It's even better than I imagined. Perfect! I can already picture what I can create," she exclaimed to herself, jumping from one workbench to another, examining the equipment with an interest beyond anything one could expect. Izuku looked around, now more cautiously. He felt like he was in unfamiliar territory, but his curiosity was fully piqued. He was still trying to understand what the girl was doing there and, more importantly, why she was acting so eccentrically. Deciding to step forward, he tried to interact with her. Izuku, excuse me. He tried to call her attention subtly, especially since she was hidden behind a curtain. Hey, are you... The reason for his scream was simple. As soon as he pulled the curtain aside, the girl turned around rapidly, staring directly into his eyes, face to face, with an enthusiastic smile. That was enough to startle him. Why are you following me? Are you lost, or are you some kind of stalker? She asked, curious but without losing her grin. Izuku, after recovering from his shock, quickly composed himself. Izuku, no. I'm not a stalker. I was just trying to understand what you're doing here. You suddenly left the entrance ceremony, and I wanted to know why. I couldn't help myself. I just couldn't resist. This classroom has so many amazing things for an inventor like me. So I decided to come check it out in person. She explained with an even wider smile, still scanning the room, making Izuku tilt his head slightly at her reaction. Izuku, so, judging by your expression, I guess this place exceeded your expectations. Of course. Everything here is perfect. I feel like I'm in paradise. But I can't wait to start creating my babies here. Izuku looked at her with a shocked expression upon hearing the word, babies. Izuku, what? Why is it babies? He asked, incredulous and blushing. Mei, however, seemed oblivious to his confusion, too focused on the environment, and continued, more excited than ever. Yes, babies. That's what I call my creations. Izuku, Mei, they're a part of me, you know. Each one of them carries a little piece of me, a special touch that only I can give them. She spoke as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Izuku, I see. Because after her explanation, Izuku felt relieved. So, you call your creations babies because of that. Insert soundtrack. Hiccup's gonna be Chief. John Powell May paused for a moment, looking at Izuku with an amused smile. Of course. And I will create and take care of them with all my heart. She explained as if it were obvious. Izuku, got it. You better. Because you, green hair, are looking at a true futurist. She said, dramatically pointing at Izuku, who took a slight step back before pointing at herself. 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐵 is my name. And one day, I'm going to be one of the greatest inventors in the world. She exclaimed enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling as she gestured with her hands, imagining her future. Izuku, yeah, that's great. That's the spirit. With a lot of hard work and determination, you can get there. He said with a slight smile, giving a small morale boost to the girl, who seemed to appreciate it. Thanks. But what about you? Aren't you excited about this too? Don't you feel the energy in the room? Izuku, maybe. A little. He commented in a slightly neutral tone, which made the girl tilt her head. I mean, I've created some things before too, but they were just trivial inventions, so. Never say that. She interrupted Izuku, stepping right in front of him again. Not only was he surprised by her sudden approach, but he also blushed slightly at how serious she looked. Nothing is trivial when it comes to inventions. If you created something, it was for a purpose, right? Every creation has a reason to exist, and whatever you made, it has one too. She looked at him with a serious expression before smiling, as if giving him a valuable lesson. Izuku was surprised by her scolding, but soon he gave a small smile. Even though he didn't know this girl well, and even though she was a bit eccentric, it felt good to hear that from someone. It made him feel more comfortable around the quirky girl. She was intense, but he felt a connection there, as if he understood a bit of what she felt. It was a genuine energy full of passion, something Izuku knew he also shared. But in a very different way. Izuku, well, I guess you're right. I'm not that creative or inspiring with what I make. That can change. I can feel it. It's going to be amazing to see what you and I can create together. She said with confidence and hope. Izuku, tea together? He asked, slightly nervous. May, of course after all. We're classmates, aren't we? She said, looking at Izuku with a smile and her hands on her hips. By the way, what's your name again, green hair? Izuku, I'm Izuku Yagi. He introduced himself with a weak smile. As soon as he introduced himself, the door to the room opened, making both of them freeze for a moment before seeing that it was none other than 𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, what are you two doing here? The ceremony isn't over yet. Get back now. He scolded them, clearly not happy, pointing toward where the ceremony was still taking place. Being caught red-handed by the hero made Izuku feel embarrassed. Not so much. She simply turned to Izuku and said, May, nice to meet you, Yagi. It'll be great working with you, partner. She said with a sincere smile before walking toward the door, while Izuku stayed behind. Izuku, yeah, I guess so. He said in a somewhat melancholic tone before following her. End of soundtrack and 1:34 time, 3:45 p.m. hours had passed, and the sky was already orange over the U grounds. The students, having completed their first day of classes, gathered near the main gate, sharing their first impressions and expectations about what was to come. Laughter and lively conversations filled the air, that typical youthful enthusiasm. Among them, Ochako walked alone, her expression reflecting a mix of confusion and concern. She was lost in thought, trying to make sense of a revelation that had unsettled her earlier that day. Flashback after the first English class taught by Present Mike, the students were dismissed for a break. Ochako, however, decided to do the opposite as she left the classroom. Determined to clear up her doubts, she followed the teacher through the hallways. Ochako, Present Mike sensei. She called out as she ran, which obviously made the man stop and look at her. Present Mike, yes, young Uraraka. How can I help you? He asked with a smile on his face. Ochako, I wanted to ask about Yagi. You know, the guy with long green hair. I didn't see him in the hero course classes today. Is he around? Maybe in class 1B. The girl's question made Present Mike's usual smile fade slightly, indicating that the question had touched on a sensitive subject. Present Mike, yes, young Yagi. He's around, but he's not in the hero course. He was transferred to the support course. Ochako, what? She was surprised by the news. But how? After the entrance exam, I asked if I could transfer some of my points to him, and you said it wasn't necessary because he had earned enough points to pass. Present Mike, and that's true. Yagi passed the exam on his own merit. However, for some reason, he scratched the back of his neck while looking at her. He spoke with our headmaster, who informed us that young Yagi requested to move to the support course. Ochako, what? But, just shocked. It seemed like he really wanted to be a hero. It doesn't make sense for him to give up now. Present Mike, look, young Uraraka. I don't know if I should be saying this, it's a very personal matter, but it seems something happened in his family that suddenly made him make this decision. He said with a serious expression. I can't go into more details, but maybe it would be best if you talk to him directly to understand his reasons. He said while the girl became even more confused by the information she had just received. End of flashback. Back in the present, Ochako boarded the train that would take her home. Sitting by the window, she watched the urban landscape blur past while her mind replayed the conversation with Present Mike. Ochako, why would Yagi do this? After everything he did in the exam and what he told me that night, it doesn't make sense for him to give up his place in the hero course. She thought as she looked down at the floor. The train made a brief stop at an intermediate station. Passengers came and went, but Ochako remained absorbed in her thoughts. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Through the window, in a carriage further ahead, she spotted a familiar figure stepping onto the station. Ochako, Yagi. She saw Izuku, who obviously didn't notice her presence, especially as he moved. Without hesitation, she quickly got up and ran toward the door, slipping out just before it closed and the train began moving again. Ochako noticed this, but her gaze remained fixed on Izuku, who was running toward the station exit. And that made her narrow her eyes before following him. She was about to understand Izuku's reasons, to listen, and see the truth. 2 minutes later, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 followed Izuku through the busy streets, keeping a safe distance to avoid being noticed, using the crowd to her advantage. Curiosity and concern drove her to discover what had led her neighbor to abandon the hero course. After a while, she saw him stop at a modest fish market, far, very far, from his usual route home. Izuku entered the shop and, after a brief conversation with the clerk, came out carrying a transparent bag with 2 fresh fish. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 frowned as she stepped out from behind a pole, intrigued by Izuku's unusual purchase. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, why would he buy fish here so far? She thought as she resumed her discreet pursuit. The journey continued to a less urbanized area, where a rusty fence marked the beginning of a dense forest. Izuku passed through an opening in the fence with familiarity, entering the woods without hesitation. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 hesitated for a moment, but her curiosity about Izuku's actions only grew, pushing her to move forward carefully, making sure not to be noticed. The forest was quiet, with only the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 kept a safe distance, watching Izuku until he reached a clearing with a small pond, broken tree trunks, and burnt branches scattered on the ground. The same place as always. She hid behind a tree, peeking out to see what would happen next. As soon as Izuku placed his backpack on the ground, he cupped his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Izuku, Fury, I'm back. He called out, looking around. Fury, where are you, buddy? 𝐻𝐿𝐼 frowned, confused. Before she could wonder who or what Fury was, the sound of wings flapping in the air caught her attention. She looked up just in time to see a sleek, black creature descending from the sky, landing gracefully in front of Izuku. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw, for the first time, our legendary figure, the Night Fury Dragon. Izuku, there you are. He smiled, happy to see the dragon, before noticing a detail. The dragon's mouth was full. What do you have there? Hearing the question, Fury opened his mouth, letting several fish drop to the ground, wet with saliva and seawater. It seemed Fury had learned to go out and catch his own food. Izuku, don't tell me I bought fish for nothing, he asked, holding up the bag with the 2 fish. Despite the question, he didn't seem irritated or upset, just a bit incredulous. Fury tilted his head, scratching his ear with his hind paw in an almost feline gesture, which made Izuku chuckle. Izuku, well, more for me then, he said, setting the bag on the ground. I'm going to gather some firewood. Fury nodded, settling down on the spot. Meanwhile, Izuku pulled a clawed glove from his backpack, put it on his right hand, and walked toward the trees, searching for more dry branches. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, still processing the sight of the dragon, took a step back, trying to silently move away. However, her foot landed on a dry branch, which broke with an audible snap. Fury's ears perked up, and he turned his head toward the sound, his eyes wide open, filled with suspicion and alertness. 𝐻𝐿𝐼's heart raced at the slip-up. She tried to retreat further, moving as quietly as possible, wanting to escape from there. However, she heard something that made her freeze. She heard a breath through the nostrils just behind her, and when she slowly turned her head, she saw Fury staring her in the eyes, with narrow pupils. Seeing the dragon stare at her, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 panicked. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, she screamed as she began to run desperately from the dragon. Fury, threatening growl, he growled upon seeing the intruder, who continued fleeing. Insert soundtrack, The Boats and the Geysers, John Powell start. 143 Izuku, hearing the girl scream and his friends growl. Izuku, Fury. He dropped the firewood he was carrying and ran back toward the clearing, his heart racing. Fury! 𝐻𝐿𝐼 ran as fast as she could, with branches and bushes from the forest hitting her, making her escape more difficult. She could hear Fury's heavy paws pounding behind her, and every step the dragon took seemed to bring him closer and closer. Her mind was a mess, trying to figure out a way to shake off the massive creature now on her tail. She descended a small slope, believing the thick vegetation around might help conceal her escape. But to her surprise, Fury was more agile than she expected. He grew closer and closer, easily cutting through the vegetation without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 panicked, seeing Fury's enormous shadow approaching quickly. She glanced around, trying to find a solution, and it was at that moment the dragon appeared in front of her with a leap. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 had no time to stop in time and, with a desperate scream, fell backward to the ground, the impact leaving her breathless for a few seconds. She stayed there, motionless, her heart pounding, eyes wide with pure fear, as the dragon slowly approached her. Staring at her with narrowed eyes, his gaze full of distrust and caution. The dragon's heavy breathing was all 𝐻𝐿𝐼 could hear at that moment, along with his heavy footsteps. She trembled, completely paralyzed, the feeling of imminent death hanging in the air. However, before anything could happen, a familiar voice reached both of them. "Izuku, Fury. Fury no." He shouted, running toward the spot where the girl and the dragon were, placing himself between them and raising his hands in a calming gesture toward the dragon. "Fury enough. Calm down, easy there. It's okay, buddy," he said in a firm but friendly voice, as if speaking to a pet. This proved effective, as Fury growled lowly but hesitated for a moment, lowering his head and slowly backing away from 𝐻𝐿𝐼. His eyes, however, never left the girl, remaining fixed on her with a suspicious and watchful gaze. Clearly he didn't trust her. Izuku turned to 𝐻𝐿𝐼, placing his hands on Fury's head, calming him. "Izuku, are you okay?" he asked, looking directly at her, concerned. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 was trembling, still stunned by the scene. She tried to get up, but the fear still prevented her from moving comfortably. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, what was that? And who is that thing? She pointed at Fury, trying to mask the anxiety in her voice. "Izuku, he has a name, and it's Fury. Actually, I gave him that name," he said, stroking the dragon's chin, which closed his eyes at the affection. "Fury, this is 𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸, my neighbor." Fury snorted through his nostrils as he opened his eyes again, letting out a low, almost disdainful sound, as if he wasn't convinced by Izuku's introduction. "Izuku, don't worry. He's a good boy." 𝐻𝐿𝐼, "Good boy. He was about to attack me," she exclaimed, pointing at the dragon. Fury, disdainful growl. "Izuku, of course you scared him, you just showed up out of nowhere." 𝐻𝐿𝐼, I scared him." She was incredulous. "Izuku, I know he looks a bit scary, but trust me, he's my friend," he explained, taking his hands off Fury. "Really, he won't hurt you. You can trust him." 𝐻𝐿𝐼 looked at him with doubt, still trying to process the fact that she was standing in front of a dragon. A real one. She was trying to understand it all, but one thing still didn't make sense. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, how did you become friends with a dragon?" She seemed incredulous, yet fascinated. "Izuku, I met Fury about 3 months ago." What he said left 𝐻𝐿𝐼 surprised. "When he first appeared, he was really hurt, but I started taking care of him and we formed a friendship. Ever since then, he's been my friend, and I take care of him as best I can." 𝐻𝐿𝐼, 3 months. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, still surprised, now looked at Izuku in a different way. She was starting to understand some things now. The reason Izuku was always in such a hurry, the reason he was always on the move. It was all because of Fury. Izuku, noticing she was processing the information, smiled and took a step back, approaching Fury. "Izuku, want to see something really cool?" he asked with a mischievous smile, as if he had something surprising to show. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, what? she asked, still a bit hesitant, but curious. "Izuku, Fury." Izuku then approached Fury, who bent down slightly, allowing Izuku to climb onto the dragon's back. "Hop on." He extended his hand to her, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, what? I don't. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 looked at the dragon and then at Izuku, doubt still clouding her mind. She was hesitant, afraid to climb onto Fury, who was still looking at her with indifference, which made her step back a bit, her legs trembling. 𝐻𝐿𝐼, I don't know if. She stammered, her voice full of uncertainty. Izuku, seeing her hesitation, took a deep breath and looked at her with a firm yet gentle expression. "Izuku, please, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘," he said with a firm yet gentle look. "Just give me a chance to show you something," he said, still extending his hand. Ochako hesitated for a moment longer, looking at the span of Fury's back and then back at Izuku. But his trusting and welcoming look seemed to have the desired effect. She felt an impulse, an unexpected confidence amidst her uncertainty. With that, she took a hesitant step forward and left her backpack on the ground. Insert soundtrack. Astrid goes for a spin. John Powell cut to the wind being cut through as Izuku and Ochako soared through the air on Fury's back. The dragon flapped his wings with force, propelling himself upward in a fast flight. Something Izuku was already familiar with. But for Ochako, it was far from calm. "Ochako, 𝐻." She screamed at the top of her lungs, her arms wrapping around Izuku from behind as her body trembled against his back. "Izuku, Fury, I asked you to take it slow." He scolded the dragon as he saw, felt, and heard the girl's panic. "Relax, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗘, it's okay. We're not going to fall." He tried to reassure her as he felt her grip tighten around him. "Ochako, we're 8,000 meters above the ground." "Izuku, yeah, I know that very well." "Fury, can you go down just a little bit please?" Fury grunts in annoyance. He rolled his eyes, but then his expression shifted to playful. It turns out that he obeyed Izuku. However, he suddenly folded his wings, diving very quickly. "Ochako, 𝐻." Her scream tore through the air as Fury plummeted toward the ocean. The wind whipped their faces, and Izuku had to grip tighter to keep his balance. "Izuku, not like this, Fury. Don't make things harder." The dragon got so close to the water that the reflection of the waves could be seen in his eyes. The sea lifted slightly with the speed of the flight, and a few salty droplets splashed their faces as Fury skimmed the surface. "Ochako, oh my god. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die." Izuku managed to tilt his head slightly to look back and saw Ochako's eyes tightly shut, her face pressed against his back, clearly terrified, which made Izuku worried. But Fury wasn't done with his little prank. Without warning, he beat his wings forcefully and shot back up, spinning as he climbed. "Ochako, please stop. I just want to get down." She gripped Izuku even tighter, her face completely buried in his back. The girl's desperation and what she said was the last straw for Izuku. He didn't want her to be scared. That wasn't what he wanted. So, with no other choice, he extended his left hand and touched Fury's head, his voice coming out quieter but more serious. "Izuku, Fury, please, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟𝗃 is the only friend I have besides you." He spoke in a pleading tone, which made the dragon raise one of his ears. "Please." Hearing his human friend's plea, Fury went quiet. But his expression softened. With that, he stopped spinning and spread his wings, adopting a smoother and more stable flight in the air. End of the soundtrack. Insert soundtrack. Romantic flight. John Powell. Finally, Fury stabilized the flight. The wind wasn't sharp anymore. It now blew gently, and the only sound that could be heard was the rhythmic beat of Fury's wings, mixed with Ochako's breathing as she regained her composure. With that, Ochako slowly opened her eyes, noticing the change. She saw that they were near the clouds, able to touch them with her hands. A shy smile appeared on her face, reflecting the sense of wonder that filled her as she took in the sight. Izuku, noticing her reaction, also smiled, sharing the enchantment. With trembling fingers, Ochako reached out hesitantly and touched one of the clouds. It was cold, soft, fluffy, and comforting. Feeling the cloud with her hands, an involuntary laugh escaped her lips. Fury noticed her delight and began flying a little slower, allowing her to explore more. He gracefully glided from one cloud to another, making smooth turns in the air. Clearly, he was also enjoying the moment, which made the girl smile even more. Izuku, feeling that her tension had completely dissipated, relaxed a little too. Without them realizing, time seemed to fly by. With a firm beat of his wings, Fury began to ascend, breaking through the cloud layer, and with that, The orange sky faded, and night fell. They were now above the clouds, and below them, the city lit up with thousands of golden, silver, and blue lights. And the view itself was magical. It was like an inverted carpet of stars. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 lifted her head, marveling at the sight, her eyes reflecting the twinkling lights. Now add to that this feeling of absolute freedom. She looked at Izuku, who was also gazing at the view with a small smile on his face. Without thinking, she tightened her embrace around him, gently resting her chin on his shoulder. This action made the boy blush and feel a little tense, as the warmth of the girl was so close. For a moment, because both you and Fury, we know that Izuku was enjoying and appreciating that moment too. Izuku, so, what did you think? 𝐻𝐻𝐿, I loved it. Thank you. She then looked at Fury and gently patted the side of his neck as she extended her hand. And you too, Fury. You're amazing. Fury, pleased grunt, he smiled, appreciating the compliment, spreading his wings wide as he glided smoothly through the city. The city below seemed to move slowly, lights flashing as the streets remained full of life. But up there, only the three of them shared that moment, invisible to the world. And so, the three of them continued flying over the city, passing through different regions, free under the night sky. As Fury, Izuku, and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 flew over the city, the urban landscape gradually gave way to vast forests and mountains surrounding the region. The full moon illuminated the scenery below, casting dancing shadows among the trees and highlighting the rugged terrain of the mountains. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, Yagi, does anyone else know about Fury? She asked, curious. Izuku, besides you and me, no one else knows? I'd rather keep it a secret. I don't know how people would react to seeing a real dragon like Fury. He replied, thoughtful, his gaze fixed on the surroundings. Insert soundtrack. The thing Ennio Morricone. Before they could continue the conversation, one of Fury's ears suddenly perked up, and his pupils narrowed. Izuku immediately noticed the change in his friend's behavior through the movement of his head. Izuku, what is it, buddy? Something wrong? He asked, concerned. Fury didn't respond immediately, he seemed focused on something far away. Then, as soon as one of his ears picked up whatever he was hearing, he accelerated, moving even farther from the city and into the forest with determination, though still distancing himself even further from it. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, what's happening to him? She asked, holding on to Izuku tightly. Izuku, I don't know. Fury, let's go back. We're getting too far away. He pleaded, placing a hand on the dragon's head. Fury ignored Izuku's request to return and kept flying with urgency, which didn't go unnoticed by Izuku, especially when he noticed how the dragon's ears were moving. After crossing mountains and vast wooded areas, far from the city, the three arrived at a clearing by the sea, surrounded by caves in the mountains. What caught their attention was a massive hole in the ground, obscured by the darkness of the night. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, what is this place? She gaped at the sight before her. Izuku said nothing, but his expression showed pure shock. Especially after noticing a crucial detail. Thanks to the moonlight, they could see several dragons of different species trapped by thick red and black tendrils emerging from the ground. Even the most robust dragons were immobilized, weakened by muzzles, equipped with syringes that drained their strength. At the center of it all, a baby night fury whimpered, restrained and muzzled, though without a syringe, likely because it was too young to resist. Beside it, an adult night fury, possibly its mother, lay collapsed. Fury landed swiftly in front of them, allowing Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 to dismount, both stunned by the heartbreaking scene before them. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, oh my god. Baby night fury, desperate whimpers. Upon seeing Fury, its eyes filled with hope. Mother night fury, weak whimpers. She struggled to lift her head, recognizing Fury. Fury, gentle growl. Fury approached, emitting soft sounds to calm them, showing that they were his family, something not lost on the two young heroes. Pleading growls. The dragon turned and looked at Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐿, asking for help. Izuku, let's free them. He decided, stepping closer to the tendrils restraining the baby night fury. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, what are these things? She asked, examining them closely as she stopped in front of the hatchling. "Izuku, I'm not sure, but they seem to be some kind of quirk, given their characteristics and how they emerge from the ground," he replied, analyzing the tendrils. Using the clawed glove on his right hand, Izuku sliced through one of the tendrils with just a finger, gradually freeing the baby. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 quickly removed the muzzle from the young dragon, who, in gratitude for being freed, jumped onto her and began licking her face, making her laugh. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, "There, it's okay now. You're free," she said, stroking the hatchling. Izuku then turned to the adult Night Fury. Carefully, he cut through the tendrils restraining her and removed her muzzle. She sighed in relief, slowly standing and pressing her head against Fury, expressing gratitude and relief at being reunited with her eldest son. Mother Night Fury, soft growls. She was clearly showing affection and longing. Fury returned the gesture, rubbing his head against hers, his eyes closed in contentment. "Izuku, so they're your family," he said, moved by the scene, while the dragon looked at his friend with gratitude. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, "And they are the tribe?" she asked as they looked around, where Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 noticed that other dragons, still trapped, watched the scene with a glimmer of hope in their eyes, emitting low sounds as if pleading for help. Seeing this, and remembering how Fury was when he first found him, Izuku was starting to piece things together. "Izuku, we need to free them and fast," he said, determined, which caught the group's attention. "Whoever or whatever did this is going to come back, so we have little time," he said as he turned to the girl. "Uraraka, I know this has nothing to do with you, but could you?" 𝐻𝐻𝐿, "And I will," she said, picking up a sharp piece of stone from the ground. "Let's split up to speed things up," she said with a serious expression. Her attitude clearly surprised and pleased Izuku, both because of her willingness to help and the fact that she was the one offering to do so. With her decision made, Izuku nodded. With the decision to free the imprisoned dragons, Izuku and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 split up to speed up the rescue. Fury accompanied Izuku, while the female Night Fury and her hatchling followed 𝐻𝐻𝐿. The seaside clearing was filled with dragons of various species, all bound by thick red and black lines emerging from the ground, as well as muzzles that kept them weakened. Izuku and Fury moved through the clearing, passing by fallen and burned trees, reduced to mere ashes. They first encountered a deadly natter, according to what the book described, a dragon known for the sharp spines it could launch from its tail. The dragon was visibly weakened, its wings restrained by the lines, and a muzzle preventing it from using its fire. "Izuku, easy there, friend. We're getting you out of here," he said gently, using his clawed glove to cut the lines restraining the natter. Fury watched closely, ready to intervene if necessary. With patience, Izuku removed the muzzle, allowing the natter to breathe freely. The dragon slowly lifted its head, its eyes expressing gratitude as it let out a soft growl, much to Izuku's relief. Further ahead, they found a 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝐵, a two-headed dragon. Each head had a distinct expression of exhaustion and pain. As carefully as possible, Izuku cut the lines wrapped around the 𝐒𝐮𝐴𝐵's body, while Fury used his teeth to assist in the release. Once the muzzles were removed, both dragon heads sighed in relief, making sounds that seemed to be a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. Meanwhile, 𝐻𝐻𝐿, accompanied by the female Night Fury and her hatchling, headed toward another section of the clearing. They found a monstrous nightmare, an imposing dragon whose body was normally engulfed in flames. However, at that moment, it was subdued, its scales dull with dirt and pain. Its gaze was fixed on 𝐻𝐻𝐿, conveying a single message: "Help me." 𝐻𝐻𝐿, "Hey big guy. It's going to be okay. I'm a friend, 𝐬𝐿." She spoke gently, even though she understood the dangerous potential of the dragon. Using the sharp stone she had found, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 tried to cut the lines, but her strength wasn't enough. Seeing her struggle, the Night Fury hatchling stepped forward, nibbling at the lines with its small teeth, while the mother used her stronger jaws to break the restraints. 𝐻𝐻𝐿, "Nice job, guys," she exclaimed, encouraged by the dragon's help. Through their combined efforts, they managed to free the monstrous nightmare, removing its muzzle and tossing it to the ground. The dragon slowly rose, stretching its wings as it released a controlled burst of fire, as if testing its newfound freedom. It then bowed its head toward 𝐻𝐿𝐴HO and the Night Furies, letting out a deep sound that resembled gratitude. As they moved forward, they encountered other dragons, such as the 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, stocky-bodied with small wings, known for its ability to spit molten lava. This one was curled up, its wings covering its body in an attempt to protect itself. "Izuku, hey buddy. Let's get you out of here," he said, approaching carefully. With Fury's help, they cut the lines and removed the muzzle. The 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 slowly opened its eyes, letting out a guttural sound before standing up and shaking its heavy body, as if shaking off the sensation of captivity. Further ahead, 𝐻𝐿𝐴HO also found a light fury, a sleek, white-scaled counterpart to the Night Furies, its body shimmering under the moonlight. It was trapped near one of the caves, its wings folded uncomfortably due to the restraints. "𝐻𝐿𝐴HO, I'm a friend, 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐿𝐴HO. I'm here to set you free," she murmured, even extending one hand to reassure the dragon. With help from the female Night Fury, who seemed to know the Light Fury, they cut the lines and removed the muzzle. The dragoness stretched her wings gracefully, her eyes filled with gratitude as she let out a melodic sound. After a while, the group continued freeing several dragons of many other species. Species like Triple Strike, Storm Cutters, Night Terror, Thunderdrum, and many, many more. Dragons that Izuku recognized from the book. Whether large, medium, or small, they all slowly stood up, regaining their strength once their muzzles were removed, showing gratitude toward the group, especially Izuku and Fury. Eventually, the two approached the massive hole in the center of the clearing. Speaking of that unusually large hole, Izuku's curiosity was piqued, and he decided to investigate. Meanwhile, Fury was busy helping a dragon called a Rumblehorn stand up, recovering after having its muzzle removed. Stopping at the edge and looking down, Izuku saw that the hole contained water. However, there was something below, though he couldn't quite make out what it was, prompting him to squint and focus his vision. "Izuku, what the?" However, as soon as the moonlight broke through the clouds, it partially revealed what lay below. And what Izuku saw made his eyes widen in shock. Insert soundtrack, a despair-filled farewell, Shadow of the Colossus soundtrack. 3 enormous eyes emerged from the darkness, locking onto Izuku. Sharp teeth gleamed under the moonlight, and a menacing presence emanated from the creature, which was of an overwhelmingly colossal stature. With that sight before his eyes, "Izuku, Fury!" he shouted, immediately backing away. A thunderous crash echoed through the clearing as the creature slammed against the sides of the hole, rising from the water and gradually revealing its colossal form as it roared. Fury, 𝐻𝐿𝐴HO, and the dragons that had been freed turned their gazes toward the pit. A second of silence was quickly replaced by an ear-splitting roar, so deep and powerful that it made the air around them vibrate. A massive claw emerged from the water, rising for a devastating strike at anyone nearby. The dragons reacted instantly. Some instinctively retreated, their eyes widening in fear. Others, like Fury, did not hesitate to roar back, eager to challenge the unknown threat. Izuku kept running, the enormous claw looming above him, but before Fury could act, the Night Fury Mother was the first to move. With a swift burst, she took to the sky, firing a beam of purple plasma that exploded against the creature's claw. The attack narrowly deflected the blow, preventing Izuku or the other dragons from being crushed. The monstrosity roared furiously, its massive claws slamming into the ground with brutal force, sending debris and dust flying. "Izuku, oh!" he muttered as Fury ran toward him, signaling him to get on his back. Above, the Night Fury Mother circled the creature, trying to distract it with her plasma blasts and roars to draw its attention, and it worked. 𝐻𝐿𝐴HO, seeing that the other dragons were already spreading their wings and ascending to escape, grabbed the baby Night Fury by the arms and ran toward Izuku. "𝐻𝐿𝐴HO, come on, let's go," she urged the baby as they ran toward Izuku and Fury, who were searching for them. "Fury, over here!" she screamed as loud as she could, even raising one arm. Even the baby was calling out. It worked, as the Night Fury shot toward her without hesitation, landing on the ground with a swift movement. Izuku, already mounted on his back, extended a hand to Ochako. "Izuku, hurry, let's get out of here." She didn't hesitate. Holding the baby tightly, she climbed onto Fury behind Izuku. Fury flapped his wings powerfully, taking off just as the colossal creature began emerging from the hole, revealing only half of its body. The Night Fury Mother continued her aerial assault, firing plasma blasts to distract the beast as she circled above it. The creature even attempted to bite her, but she managed to evade just in time. However, as she prepared for another attack, the creature abruptly turned its head and struck her with a brutal blow from its lateral jaw, sending her crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. "Izuku, no!" he screamed, desperate at the sight. The monstrosity raised its claw to crush her. But before it could strike, a plasma blast shot through the air and struck its head, forcing it to recoil with a pained roar. Fury, angry roar. Fury was the one who fired, with Izuku, Ochako, and the baby Night Fury on his back. The dragon's eyes gleamed with fury, his fangs bared in a fierce snarl. And then, as the smoke from the explosions cleared, they finally saw the creature in its entirety. It was a monstrosity. A gigantic beast with bluish-gray skin, red spines, and dull blue eyes, its mouth so massive it could swallow entire dragons. But something was wrong. On the left side of its head, part of its skull was exposed, revealing pulsating brain tissue, as if it had been torn away or modified. Ochako was speechless, a chill running down her spine. The baby Night Fury trembled at the sight of the creature, which was staring at them with its 3 piercing eyes. "Ochako, what is that thing?" Ochako murmured, her voice shaking. Izuku, in shock, felt his stomach sink. He knew this creature. He had read about it in the book. This creature was Izuku, Red Death. Art made by 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 569. For more information, please contact 𝐬𝐻𝐼𝐸. The mere mention of the name made Fury growl even louder, clearly enraged at the dragon. The monster roared back, locking its gaze on them. Then, it began to open its mouth. The growing orange glow in its throat made it clear what was coming next. "Ochako, it's going to breathe fire," she shouted in horror. "Izuku, Fury, get out of here now," he yelled desperately. However, before the Red Death could unleash its devastating fire blast, the Night Fury Mother rose from the ground and fired a precise shot beneath the creature's chin. The impact made the dragon recoil, its mouth snapping shut with a loud clack. The mother dragon lifted her head to the sky and let out a powerful roar. It was a call. The dragons flying over the clearing immediately responded, gathering around her. "Izuku, Fury, tell everyone to retreat. Let them know we have a safe place," he said as he placed his hand on the dragon's head. Fury nodded and, "Fury, communicative roar." Fury roared toward the group. The message was immediately understood. In unison, all the dragons flapped their wings and headed north, following the Night Fury Mother. But the Red Death, obviously not defeated, would not let them escape so easily. Roaring with fury, it propelled itself upward, ready to charge at the fleeing dragons, its massive mouth opening once more. But before it could move, Fury fired a rapid series of plasma blasts into its face. The explosion struck its skull and the exposed brain tissue, making it hesitate for a brief moment and roar in pain. Just enough time for the group to escape as well. "Izuku, come on, buddy. Go," he urged, tapping Fury lightly on the head. Fury clearly wanted to attack the dragon. To kill it even, that much was evident in his eyes and expression. However, he chose to obey Izuku, taking the opportunity to fly away and join the group of dragons ahead. Izuku looked back, expecting to see the monstrosity pursuing them. And indeed, it was beginning to rise, its eyes burning with fury, preparing to climb out of the pit and give chase. But then a deep, cold voice echoed from one of the caverns. "Enough." As soon as the words were spoken, the enormous creature abruptly stopped, freezing in place. Its eyes lost part of their wild fury. Without warning, its body bowed downward, as if an invisible force had taken control of its will. With a final roar, the Red Death collapsed onto its stomach, its enormous body crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact. Izuku and Ochako were left speechless as they watched from a distance. "Ochako, what just happened? Did it die?" she asked, relieved but curious. Izuku remained silent, staring at the now motionless creature with a mix of confusion and relief. What had just happened? What made the dragon stop so suddenly? Why was half of its head exposed like that? Unfortunately, they had no answers and they wouldn't dare stay to investigate, at least not now. "Izuku, keep going, Fury. Let's move." Fury, carrying Izuku, Ochako, and her little brother on his back, took them far from the area, flying swiftly toward safety. The other dragons, now free with their muzzles removed, followed their leader, the Night Fury Mother. The rescue and escape were successful. A minute had passed, and the cutting wind mixed with the sound of Fury's wings and those of the other dragons as they flew away, each one following the Night Fury Mother and Fury himself, who was at her side, with unwavering loyalty. The group was exhausted, but there was a sense of relief. A moment of peace after everything that had just happened. Were they still in shock and tense from what they had just witnessed? Yes, they were, but at least they could be grateful that the threat had been driven away. Or at least it seemed that way. Ochako, still with a tense expression, looked at Izuku, who seemed distant, his eyes fixed on the horizon as the dragons flew. She couldn't get out of her head what had happened back there. The Red Death. "Ochako, what was that, Yagi? What do you think happened to that thing?" "Izuku, the Red Death. I have no idea, and it's already bothering me," he replied, his eyes still scanning the forest below. "Ochako, how do you know that dragon's name?" she asked, curiosity filling her voice. Hearing her question, Izuku turned to her. His expression was serious, but he felt the need to explain. He knew the moment was far from simple, but she deserved to understand, just as he needed to share what he knew. "Izuku, because of a book. I know its name because I found a very old book, a book specifically about dragons." "Ochako, a dragon's book?" "Izuku, yeah. It's basically a biography of many of them. It has information about a lot of dragons, including Fury's species, the dragons that are here with us now." He glanced at Fury, who was still flying ahead, then looked back at Ochako. "And even about dragons that aren't here." Ochako remained silent for a moment, absorbing Izuku's words. She had never imagined that dragons existed or that she would meet them in person, let alone that there would be a book compiling so much valuable information about these creatures. The truth was right in front of her, yet it felt surreal. As their conversation unfolded, Fury began to slow down, and soon they were approaching the same clearing as before. The place was safe, a good resting point for the dragons. Even with a crowd of dragons like these, it was an isolated place for them, far from prying eyes, surrounded by tall trees and thick vegetation. Fury landed first, his large paws touching the ground softly. The other dragons followed shortly after, some collapsing in exhaustion, others remaining on guard, alert to their surroundings or simply observing. Some approached the lake to drink, while others just lay on the ground, tired or still under the effects of the syringes. Insert soundtrack. The confession, Chris Bowers. As soon as they landed, Ochako climbed off Fury, and the moment her feet touched the ground, she looked at Izuku with a firm gaze. "Ochako, we need to tell our teachers about this." "Izuku, what?" He was shocked. "Ochako, they need to know what happened. They can help us," she said, visible concern in her voice, trying to insist that keeping this a secret wasn't an option. But Izuku, with a worried yet determined look, ran up to her and stopped in front of her, blocking her path. "Izuku, no, no, no," he said, his voice full of urgency. "We can't do that. If we go to our teachers and tell them about the dragons, there's a risk of it leaking. People will find out, and I don't know what will happen if this becomes public. Ochako, Yagi, did you not see the size of that thing? What if that dragon gets back up and comes after us?" she countered, visibly worried about the dangers still present. "We need help, Yagi." "Izuku, I understand what you're saying, but I can't just expose this. Izuku shook his head, clenching his teeth in frustration. "I just need time to think of a solution. We can't risk everything right now." "Ochako, what?" Ochako stared at him, incredulous. Her expression was filled with confusion, and she couldn't fully grasp the reasoning behind Izuku's decision. "Are you telling me you're more worried about hiding the existence of these dragons than asking the heroes for help?" she asked, her voice trembling, full of doubt. "You're putting everything at risk because of that." Izuku felt the weight of her words, and for a moment his chest tightened. He wanted to find the best solution, but the implications of revealing the dragon's existence were too great. Narrowing his gaze, his brow furrowed, he responded, "Izuku, if it's for Fury's sake, then yes," he said with a serious and firm voice, as if it were a vow he would uphold at any cost. Ochako remained silent, her face reflecting internal confusion. She didn't know what else to say. Amid the whirlwind of thoughts, she remembered something she had been wanting to ask ever since she followed Izuku into the forest. Now seemed like the right time. "Ochako, Yagi," she said, hesitating for a moment. "I need to know. Why did you give up your place in the hero course?" Izuku looked at her, his expression instantly darkening. The weight of the question fell on him like a heavy burden. He had feared this question from the moment she found him there. His throat tightened, and he felt the pressure of the moment becoming unbearable. "Ochako, I heard about it from Present Mike. He told me that you had enough points to get into the course, but you just gave it all up to go to the support course. But it doesn't make sense. After everything you told me that night, everything you did in the entrance exam. Was it all for nothing? Seriously, why did you do that? Why did you give up on your dream?" The question hit Izuku like a direct blow to the heart. He clenched his teeth, his anger building up inside him, and without any more hesitation he shouted, releasing all the frustration he had been holding onto for so long. "Izuku, because I am a quirkless." End of the soundtrack. And 118. The explosion of words was so strong that all the dragons around them immediately stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the two, their eyes wide and confused by Izuku's sudden outburst. The clearing fell into complete silence. Izuku breathed heavily, still unable to believe what he had just said. He had shouted, and now he was exposed, but he felt as if it was the only way to release the weight of a lifetime carrying a burden that no one could ever truly understand. The dragons around them stared at him, some tilting their heads, others exchanging glances, clearly trying to comprehend the outburst of human emotions they had just witnessed. Insert soundtrack. Final ascent, white sand. But Izuku didn't stop there. All the weight accumulated inside him needed to come out, needed to be laid bare once and for all. He took a deep breath, his expression filled with intense emotions, and continued. "Izuku, yeah, that's right. I'm quirkless, a nobody, a freak, a non-normal, the powerless one. That's what I am." He pointed at himself, a mix of anger and sorrow in his voice. "What I said that night was true. And what I did in the exam, I meant it. I wanted to get into the hero course. But do you know why I gave it all up? Because I have no support from anyone." The emotion in his voice grew stronger, and his fists trembled as he spoke. "Not even my own father supports me. I don't even have my mother to support me. So I just accepted it. I accepted that there's no place for me in the world of heroes. I accepted this DMN reality. I accepted that I'm nothing more than just another quirkless who has an impossible and stupid dream of being a hero." The weight of his words fell like a stone upon everyone around him. Ochako felt a tightness in her chest as she saw Izuku like that, completely vulnerable. His eyes were brimming with tears, his breathing was heavy, as if he had carried this burden alone for far too long. Her gaze wavered between surprise and disbelief. She had never imagined that Izuku had been carrying this kind of pain inside him. The way he always kept a goofy or determined smile, he had never shown any signs that he bore such a deep wound. But now, seeing the boy in front of her, his shoulders shaking, his eyes filled with frustration and anger, she realized just how wrong she had been. Izuku turned his back, breathing heavily, trying to compose himself. He was expecting anything at that moment. He expected Ochako to reject him, to walk away, or worse. to confirm everything he had just said. But instead, he heard something completely unexpected. 𝐻𝐿, that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Izuku, 𝐻𝐿. Izuku froze. His eyes widened, and he turned his face towards her, stunned. When he looked at her, 𝐻𝐿 was already walking toward him. But not with a look of pity or compassion. There was no sympathy in her expression. Instead, there was something intense. Something firm. Something determined. 𝐻𝐿, you said you're just another quirkless. That you have no place in the world of heroes. That what you did was for nothing. She stopped right in front of him and looked up, staring him straight in the eyes. But I don't see that. Do you know what I see, Yagi? Izuku didn't respond. He was so surprised by the way she spoke that he just stood there, listening. 𝐻𝐿, I see a guy who earned enough points to enter the hero course, using nothing but his own intelligence, effort, and courage. She made a firm gesture, pointing at him. I see a guy who risked his own life to save a girl who only slowed him down by being a dead weight. And no one else tried to do that, even though they all had incredible quirks. She took another step forward, closing the distance between them. 𝐻𝐿, and now, I see that same quirkless guy saving a bunch of dragons who were trapped, weak, and on the brink of death. She pointed around. The dragons were still watching, listening to every word she said. And look where they are now. Alive, free because you saved them. Izuku swallowed hard. He felt a lump form in his throat. His chest was rising and falling heavily. 𝐻𝐿, so don't tell me you're just another quirkless, because that's a lie. Her voice grew stronger, and she touched his chest with the tips of her fingers, except for the pinky, which was raised, against his shirt. You've already become a hero, Yagi. Since that moment in the exam, since the moment you saved those dragons, and since the moment you decided to fight for something you believe in. Izuku's eyes were wide. His mind was processing every word, every argument. The world had always told him the opposite. Since he was a child, he had always been told he could never be a hero. That he had no chance. That it was impossible. A waste of time. That he would die just trying. But now someone was saying the opposite. Now someone was telling him that he had already become one. It made him feel a tear slide down the corner of his right eye. 𝐻𝐿, seeing this, smiled gently. 𝐻𝐿, and you know what else? Since that day, you've already become my hero. Izuku's eyes trembled. He felt the impact of those words deep in his soul. 𝐻𝐿, and now. She looked around. It seems like you've become their hero too. So, if what you need is support to believe that you can be a hero, know that you have mine. And then, my friends, our poor green-haired guy couldn't take it anymore. Emotion overtook him, and without thinking twice, he hugged her tightly. He didn't care anymore if he was being vulnerable. He just needed to hold on to that moment, that truth, that support he had always wished for. And 𝐻𝐿 smiled and returned the hug, wrapping her arms around him with affection. They stayed like that for a moment, just feeling each other's presence, until, Fury, soft grunt. He drew the attention of the pair as he moved up beside them, making them pull apart slightly and look at the dragon, who was staring at them. Izuku, what's up, buddy? Then, the dragon did something that surprised both Izuku and 𝐻𝐿. Fury lowered his head and bowed to him. Izuku blinked, his mouth hanging open at such a simple gesture. And it didn't stop there. Because the Night Fury's mother, who was nearby, also bowed to Izuku. And you want to know the best part? It didn't end with that. Izuku started looking around, and he noticed something unbelievable happening. All the dragons in the clearing began to bow before him. Those lying down stood up to do the same. Those at the lake stopped drinking and also lowered their heads in respect. Even the small pups, including Fury's little brother, who didn't fully understand what was going on, mimicked the gesture of the adults. The dragons were showing gratitude and respect. They were recognizing Izuku as someone worthy of their trust, and that left Izuku speechless. 𝐻𝐿, however, smiled, gently touching his arm. Then, without warning, she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Izuku's eyes widened, his cheeks turning bright red as he stared at the girl. 𝐻𝐿, I think the dragons agree with me. She said, shyly and lightly blushing as she looked at the dragons. Izuku swallowed hard, still unable to process everything. But then, as he looked at the dragons, who were still bowing before him, something inside him changed. He took a deep breath, feeling a new kind of determination rising within him. If they believed in him, if Ochako believed in him, then he would repay that trust. If this was what it meant to be a hero, then he would be their hero. Insert soundtrack. Playback: John Carpenter, Cody Carpenter, and Daniel Davies. Meanwhile, back in the spacious clearing where a fierce battle had once raged, there was now an unsettling silence. The Red Death remained motionless on the ground, its massive belly pressed against the ravaged earth. Its chest still rose and fell with an irregular rhythm, proving that it was alive, but something was wrong. In front of it, a shadowy figure, mainly due to its attire, stood still, watching without fear or intimidation. The moonlight revealed only the outline of its hood and the cold metallic mask that concealed its identity. "Perfect. The procedure worked," said this mysterious being. Before any more words could be spoken, a calm and disciplined voice came from behind this figure. "I'm sorry, sir. It seems the only dragons that were here have fled. I should have stayed on watch." The mysterious figure did not respond immediately. It merely walked slowly to the side of the Red Death's head, where the creature's 3 closed eyes were hidden beneath its heavy eyelids. "It doesn't matter. This beast is more than enough." Without turning its face to the person present, the figure calmly but decisively ordered, "Contact him, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. Tell him that now is the time to attack, and that this creature is already under our control." The other figure, who we know as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, nodded, quickly disappearing by opening a purple mist portal. Silence fell again, but now it was filled with tension. Then, the camera slowly zoomed in on the mysterious figure's face. The weak moonlight revealed the details of its cold, bizarre, and terrifying mask. The eyes hidden behind the mask stared at the Red Death, as if already knowing exactly how to use it. "Stay quiet right there," it said, staring at the Red Death, which even now gazed back at it with its eyes wide open in its direction. Obeyed. Then, the scene cut to absolute blackness.